Here.
Thank you. And Commissioner Ho.
Here.
Thank you, Chair.
Hi, folks. Sorry that I had some audio issues and I didn't hear my name. So Commissioner Malvito is present.
Definitely sounds like we have quorum now. Okay. Before we go any farther, I'm going to hopefully ask for a motion to suspend the rules to add to our subcommittee reports the gender-based violence subcommittee. This is not an action item, but we do want to make sure we hear the report today. So I hope that's all right with task force members. And I'll need a second for that.
I'll second it. Do we need a roll call for this? Yes, I think so.
Yes, I believe so.
It looks like we've lost Shamika. I don't know. Can you guys see her? I don't see her.
No, I don't see her either.
No, it does look like we've lost Shamika.
I thought she said there was something she was going to need to do, and it would take her just a little bit of time. So let's see what happens.
Okay. In the meantime, would it be, I don't want to put anyone on the spot, but Commissioner Moon, if you're here and would like to briefly introduce yourself to the task force, we're happy to welcome you. Let's see if you're here before I keep talking.
Chair Mizell, it appears that Shamika's come back in if you'd like to return to roll call.
Okay. Okay, thank you. In that case, let's, I don't believe task force member Moon's here. So let's go ahead and take that vote. And Ms. Cole, the vote was to suspend the rules to add the subcommittee report on gender-based violence. And we already have a motion in a second.
So if you'll take the roll, Ms. Cole, if you'll take the roll of the commissioners on the vote, if your audio is working now.
Thank you. Can you hear me, everyone? I'm having extreme audio issues. Thank you so much. Sorry
Yes,
about that. And Latonya, I'm going to make you co-host in just a second after Rose so I can start over again because I'm having a lag. Commissioner Fine?
Yes.
Commissioner Jigu?
Yes.
Vice Chair Chima?
Yes.
Mr. Blake? I believe we have Commissioner Lindheim now. Commissioner Dangerfield. Commissioner Ghosh.
Yes.
Commissioner Hyde.
Yes.
Commissioner Malvito.
Yes.
Chair Mizell.
Yes.
Commissioner Opton. Commissioner Moon. Commissioner
Yes.
Harder.
Yes.
Commissioner Diaz.
Yes.
Commissioner Lutzker.
Yes.
And Commissioner Ho.
Yes.
And I
Thank you.
believe Commissioner Opton is here now, but I believe he has not heard the motion.
Commissioner Opton, the motion was to suspend the rules and add the gender-based violence subcommittee report to our subcommittee report section. So if you'd like to vote yay or nay on that.
I'd like to vote yes on that.
Thank you. And
Thank
I
you.
believe Commissioner Lindheim will be joining us later. I think he's teaching the class till 6:30. But yeah, we can go ahead and move along then to public comment.
Sure. I'm going to bring Ilana Arbach in. Ilana, you have 2 minutes to speak.
Hi. Thank you. Thank you, task force. Apologies for my technical difficulties. As most of as most of you likely know, in the Jewish tradition, we are in the days of awe, the 10 days between the Jewish New Year and the Day of Atonement, where the practice is called teshuvah, which means return. It's a time of reflection and forgiveness. We acknowledge where we missed the mark, where we weren't the highest expression of ourselves, of who we can be, and set an intention to change and do better in the new year. It's a potent time for you on the task force to reflect upon the past 8 months of this reimagining process and see where you may have missed the mark. Each of you is on this task force because sometime in the summer or fall of 2020, you were moved to act to change the status quo of policing in Berkeley and to serve and be an instrumental part of reimagining a city where everyone, no matter your race, ethnicity, gender identity, housing status, religion, income level, and et cetera, feel safe. Thus far, it seems that you've all been steamrolled, but now this is the moment to grab the reins and direct this process as each of you would have it unfold. This is the moment and you can do it. It will take effort and work and time, but it will be well worth it. And I beg each of you to take this role seriously and empower yourselves to do whatever is necessary to actualize a plan that will create a Berkeley we can all be proud of and feel safe in. And the community is here to support you. So thank you all very much for your service and thank you for this time. Okay, I think I just made a public comment. I'm not really sure. But anyway, hopefully that went through. Linda, I'm back with you. Thank you so much for your patience. And at least you heard.
We did hear your public comment, just for the record.
Now I'm bringing in the next public speaker, Moni Law, sorry.
Good evening, commissioners. I just wanted to briefly thank you for your service. This is my first meeting officially attending, as I was actually first appointed, but I'm a city employee, so I was not allowed to serve on a task force. But I'd like to thank Councilmember Kate Harrison for all of her work and the mayor and the compilation of these great people before us doing good work. I look forward to tonight's presentation by Andrea Pritchard, who's done amazing work in this community as a teacher and an activist and an educator. We can all learn a lot. And Frederick Douglass said that without struggle, there is no progress. And we certainly have struggled in this area of reimagining. I don't see the clock is actually moving. So I think the time is stuck. There it goes. But I'm just wanting to thank you for your service and the work that's very important, having worked with UC Berkeley students, Black Student Union, back a few years ago during the Black Lives Matter marches when we went through the streets peacefully, met by tear gas and billy clubs and flash grenades and other things that were far from pleasant. We have a better way to do public safety. I am the chair of the Berkeley Community Safety Coalition and honored to serve in that capacity for the community. And we believe in safety by unity and community and bringing together a number of ways of both education, housing. Public safety is defined in other ways, of course, so that we have to have safe housing. We have to have livable wages. We have to have a police force that is supporting and serving and not adding harm. So also on the gender issue, I definitely want to ask that you look at that issue for domestic violence cases. Intimate partner violence is up, and we don't have the resources that we should. So please have an advocate actually in Berkeley and not just in Oakland that is outsourced in part. She does good work, but she used to be in Berkeley. Now she's out in Oakland. We need to do more in that area as well as gun violence prevention. So please put your focus to that, as well as training, as well as changes internally and structurally. We need a better way. Thank you so much. Bye. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have Audrey Burnham. Audrey, you should be able to speak.
Hi, thank you. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you very much for having me, and thank all of you for what you're doing. I just wanted to ask, because it was concerning to me that I heard that there were police that were giving presentations, and so that worries me, just because they're the reason that we need to reimagine public safety to begin with. So I just wanted to ask, please, that you bring in and work with and listen to people and organizations who work with people that are most impacted by police brutality, in order to really come up with real solutions. And also that you look at the real causes too. I mean, if you're not already, I'm not no disrespect if you already are, but so that we're really focusing on the solutions to the causes, as well as to the impacts and the effects of police brutality. So thank you very much.
Next, we have James McFadden.
Hi. First, thank you for your service here. I wanted to just say that public safety cannot be about just getting the right mix of individuals doing the work. The institutions themselves must change, and the structure of institutions must change. Things like more training, better supervision, top-down kind of management things are not going to end the problems that we have with policing. And perhaps it's time to really think about not delegating away safety to some kind of top-down institution, to break out a chunk of the money that goes to that kind of institution like our police and putting it into some kind of bottom-up involvement of the public, so that we have a role to play in our own safety. So you're not just delegating away all authority to a particular institution. That's the kind of reimagining I really want to see out of this, out of your group. And I hope you're up to the task. Thanks.
Thank you. Next, we have Carol. Carol.
I attended the 2021 CIT International Conference in Phoenix about 2 weeks ago now. This is my 5th CIT conference. I've always found them extremely informative and interesting. And I was the only person from Berkeley there. While I was there, actually, I was certified as a CIT coordinator, and the Alameda County CIT coordinator approached me and said that Berkeley police had stopped sending officers to the county CIT training. And that they had not had an officer attend for at least a few months to several months, and that the last time there was one scheduled, BPD scheduled officers and then canceled, and that over the years they've been sending 3 to 4 officers a month. CIT is extremely important. This is de-escalation. This is about CIT is about mental health and advocates and law enforcement partnering together for the best crisis response. And that crisis response can be by non-law enforcement. Those workshops were throughout the conference. One of the, and I'm hoping that some people will attend virtually once it's posted on September 15th. And some of the workshops were specifically about models, about community models that we are so far behind in and have not implemented here. Models such as crisis stabilization units, respites. These are going on throughout the country, but they're not happening here. And so that people are being sent to John George, they're being sent to Santa Rita Jail, whereas other places in the country, people are being diverted to much safer productive alternatives for them to do better. Thank you.
Next, we have Glenn Turner. You should be able to speak, Mr. Turner.
Okay, yes, thank you for opening up this reimagining public safety. I work with a group called Families Advocating for the Seriously Mentally Ill. And there are 3 prongs to the things that they are asking. One thing we notice is that John George is incapable of handling the huge numbers of people who are 5150'd and diverted there. There needs to be either a second John George hospital with or twice as many beds. That would be a good place to start. And certainly if somebody is sent to John George, they should be given some kind of follow-up care instead of just a bus ticket back to wherever it is, without sufficient food and water and so on to serve their needs in that short transition. So follow-up care, aside from more hospital beds, is incredibly important because many of our homeless people are just in a revolving door going in and out of John George, in and out of Santa Rita, and they need follow-up care, and they also need supportive housing. And so just putting them back on the street where they can end up in the revolving door again isn't good enough. So Berkeley should have a respite house where people could go instead of going maybe into John George. Maybe they don't need it. That would help John George. That would help everybody. Also, we need the specialized care unit where non-police are there, because police can be terribly disturbing and distressing to almost anybody. So thank you for listening. I'm glad to hear. I'll be interested in the rest of the meeting.
Next, we have Steve Martineau. Should be able to speak. I think you're mute.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
All right, good. Yeah, I'm one of the people who think that the initiation and ideas for reinventing safety should come from the communities, not from the police. So I'd like to offer some kind of a counter proposal to the police proposals or police reports that this body has been getting. In particular, to emphasize the importance of what Care Not Cops has been talking about, and that is special care units. There are people who are talking about special care units. I would like to name a couple of what should be primary principles for them in terms of their functioning, to have humans respond to calls for assistance from people rather than men with guns. The first thing should be that the special care unit should be independent of the police. The second, that they should be first responders. They should appear at the scene and make an independent decision as to whether crime and law enforcement is needed and a crime is being committed, or not? And if not, then have the power to tell the police to stand down. Third, they should be peer-led, that is, by the people who are those who are most affected by police brutality and police malfeasance. And that is not only people of color, elderly people, but people who have had experience with mental health issues or emotional stress. And finally, that they should have an independent budget that is dedicated to themselves. I see my time is up, so thank you very much, but I wanted to make that proposal. Thank you.
Thank you. And Chair, it looks like that's it for public comment.
Thank you. Let's go ahead and move to approval of the minutes then from our last meeting. If there are not any concerns, comments, I will motion to approve the minutes.
I'll second it, Nathan.
Thank you. Commissioner Fine?
Yes.
Commissioner Jigu?
Yes.
Vice Chair Chima?
Yes.
Commissioner Blake? Commissioner Lindheim? Not yet. Commissioner Dangerfield? Commissioner Ghosh?
Yes.
Commissioner Hyde?
Yes.
Commissioner Malvito?
Yes.
Chair Mizell?
Yes.
Commissioner Opton?
Yes.
Commissioner Moon? Commissioner Harger?
Yes.
Commissioner Diaz? Commissioner Lutzker?
Yes.
Commissioner Ho?
I abstained since I was not at the last meeting.
Also, if I can make an announcement, I see Commissioner Moon is on the attendees, but I'm not able to promote you. I sent you a link, a panelist link. So I'll resend it in a few minutes. If you can access the meeting that way, then you can come over to the panelist side. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, and let's go ahead and move to subcommittee reports. Starting with policing, budget, and alternatives to policing. Don't know if
Pam?
Commissioner Hunt. Yes.
Pam, do you want to do this? Otherwise, I have the notes from the meeting. They're not fully edited. I was going to send them in tomorrow morning for the entire commission. Pam, do you want to take this one?
Sure. Yeah, we met, our subcommittee continued to meet through August, through the recess month. We did skip 1 week, and we mostly digested both the Nick Jr. report that came out about alternatives, which is the, pardon that ringing, it's the school calling. The Nick Jr. report about their CERN tiered response suggestions, and the RDA report about the lay of the land in SCU type efforts across the country. Let's see. We didn't tackle much beyond that, and we've written up our notes in order to submit once we are rolling again now in September. If anybody from our subcommittee has anything to add, please jump in.
There were a couple of recommendations. One was to bring in head of Richmond program. I don't know which program Dave Bogan is the head of, but we'll find out. I think it probably has to do a lot with employment. Pam, was that your understanding? We also covered a lot about the importance of job creation for people who are actually being impacted by the economy as well as homelessness. A few of the comments that one recommendation was to translate the information from the reports into real opportunities, and we will work on that and start doing that. And I'm sure each one of us will respond tonight verbally to Nick Jr.'s report that's coming up on the agenda. We want more concrete recommendations. And also, I think we talked about why two different consulting firms seem to have worked on some of the same issues, and that we felt that money could have been spent more wisely if there had been better coordination. And all that feedback we'll be giving you as the evening goes. So thank you. Ned, do you have anything to add?
No, I don't.
Thank you. Community engagement.
There's no report.
Yeah. Improve and reinvest.
I don't know, Hector may give this report. Wait. Is he there?
Yeah. Hey, everyone. I'll make a very, very quick report, as we only met once during the recess period, but we basically set forward sort of a plan to start making recommendations for who we're interested in seeing present for the larger commission, larger task force. Some folks that come to mind are the CART program, or the SRT program coming out of San Francisco, which is sort of an alternative to police response dedicated to people experiencing homelessness, and also Mental Health First Oakland. We have still yet to meet again, but I don't think that there's anything else top of mind unless other commissioners in that call would like to add anything. Great. Thanks.
Thank you. And now to the Gender-Based Violence Subcommittee.
Hi, Chair Mizell. I believe I'm going to report first, and then if Vice Chair Chima or Commissioner Ghosh have anything to weigh in, they can do that as well. So in August, our subcommittee hosted a listening session for providers who serve victims and survivors of domestic violence, sexual abuse, and human trafficking. Representatives from 8 organizations attended. The focus of the session was just on identifying alternative responses that do not involve law enforcement. We do plan on hosting a second session this month with these same providers that will focus on the issue of policing and how policing can be improved to better serve victims and survivors, but we really wanted to start with the dreaming. We do plan on providing a full written report, tentatively the beginning of October, but for now, we just wanted to share some key ideas that were expressed during this session. Providers share the following regarding the needs of victims and survivors. Many need long-term support and not short-term solutions like restraining orders. The level of services available in Berkeley are inadequate and not to scale. Existing services need to be increased so that everyone can have access. Services also need to be more accessible. Language justice or access was brought up many times. Services need to be available in multiple languages and culturally responsive. The system is forced upon survivors instead of being survivor-centered, or the belief that the survivor knows their situation best. One provider even gave a specific example of how law enforcement's response was exactly the opposite of what the survivor asked for. We need more services for people who cause the harm. Some survivors do not want to leave their relationship. They just want the abuse to stop. So how can we intervene and rehabilitate the person causing harm? More collaboration. Many expressed gratitude for the opportunity to share their ideas and noted that it was the first time a city had asked them for their opinion. We need much more in prevention efforts, education for young people starting from elementary school, and use of peers to teach. Education needs to include not only sex education, toxic masculinity, consent, just to name a few. And also, obviously, why I think we're all here is the need for structural change. Those were the key ideas that I took away with after I reviewed the notes that we have. Commissioner Ghosh or Vice Chair Chima, do you have anything to add?
I have nothing to add.
I'm good. I think I just want to say that thank you to Commissioner Ho for leading us in this effort. And I think also for really insisting that we have our first conversation about folks who do not call police and what resources are available for them. And I think that it's very hard to have those kind of conversations and get people out of the mindset of how to fix things that are existing into thinking about what kind of services we are missing or don't even know about that people need. So this was a great start, and I think we've made some really good allies among the service providers that we can lean on as this process moves further. And I think that's really important. The other decision we made was not to engage with survivors directly. And that's because we didn't feel equipped to facilitate such a session with the sensitivity that was needed. So we made a very conscious choice to work through providers. And we invited providers that work both in Berkeley and outside of Berkeley. We'll share the full list with you when we share the report. And that also was important because our city borders sometimes are, they don't mean much to a survivor. They might be working in Berkeley or, be of a ethnicity that requires a culturally sensitive response that doesn't exist within the boundaries of our city. So I think we were able to invite a good mix of providers, and people were really excited to be there and to have their voice heard. So this is not my primary field of knowledge, so I walked away with a lot of wisdom that I hope to apply to other things that we'll do as a commission. So thank you.
Well, thank you very much for that report. Certainly everything said was incredibly valuable and incredibly needed. Certainly we could spend whole hours talking about just that education piece and how essential it is to have that as a young age, and why I think, at least personally, that has led to so many problems. But really thank you for that report. So yes, let's go ahead and move to our next item. And that will be a presentation from Berkeley Copwatch, and presentation in particular from the co-founder of Berkeley Copwatch and a longtime community advocate, Andrea Pritchett. Thank you for being here with us. Looking forward to your presentation.
Thank you very much. Good evening, commissioners, and thank you for this opportunity to share some thoughts and observations. Just by way of introduction, for those of you who I haven't had the pleasure of meeting yet, I'm a middle school teacher. I teach at Willard Middle School, but I'm a person I arrived in Berkeley in 1981. In 1990, I co-founded Berkeley Copwatch. So for 32 years, I've been observing, monitoring, and participating in policy conversations about our police department. I'd like to, if it's okay, I'd like to share my screen And I'd like to share these thoughts with you. I can also say, just for full disclosure, I'm a member of the Mental Health Commission, although I'm not here in that capacity, and I'm also a former member of the Berkeley Police Review Commission. And I currently serve on the Specialized Care Unit Task Force. So, but I'm speaking to you today as a community member and as a member of Berkeley Copwatch, and I'd like to represent some of the perspectives that I've become familiar with, and I know they haven't really been represented on this task force to date. So, all right, so I'm going to go ahead and share. All right, I'm hoping that that's clear. All right, so yeah, why don't cops carry water? Let's take a look. So, as I mentioned, Berkeley Copwatch has been around for quite a while.
Sorry to interrupt, Ms. Fritz. Is it possible for you to full screen it, if that's possible?
Sure. Is that better?
Yeah, thank you.
Great, thank you. And I'm hearkening back, in Berkeley Copwatch, we don't share a particular ideology. We share a concern about policing and a desire for accountability and a desire for I'm going to say community-based accountability is how we like to describe it. So before, just to help to frame out my presentation, I will say this, that based on our experience with the police and based on our discussions, we're very clear that the institution of policing itself threatens the public safety of people of color and poor people. And, so we come at it, many of us, from an abolitionist perspective, that it is the institution itself that is causing harm and that has become an obstacle to true public safety. And again, just where we're coming from, we believe that the fundamental role of policing in this society is to enforce a fundamentally unjust social order. Now, as Angela Davis says, back at that time, slavery was the name of it. These days we call it by many other names, but the basics are this, that somebody's on the bottom, and you can walk through the streets of Berkeley and we know that there are many people who are on the very bottom of this social order, and that the police, the function of police, is to maintain that injustice. So yes, the historical role of police, it's become very, many people are more conscious these days, and they understand it, that policing has its roots in slavery and in preserving and maintaining the institution of slavery. And we understand that the role of police, as it began, alongside the Industrial Revolution in the Northeast, it was about breaking strikes. It was about, again, making sure that rich people stayed rich and poor people stayed poor. And these days it looks like gentrification in our town. And we know that it's not just, we have the situation with encampments in Berkeley right now, and massive, what we expect to be much more massive homelessness and displacement, with the end of unemployment benefits and eviction moratoriums expiring. Yes, we expect to be much more need in our town. And the question is, we're at the crossroads. How are we going to respond? We also have to remember that here in Berkeley, when we look around Berkeley and say, oh my gosh, it's gentrified, how did that happen? We have to remember the systematic and violent role that the Berkeley police played in the war on drugs in West Berkeley. As a teacher, I've taught children who have expressed their terror, what it's like when the police kick in the door and there's guns to their 8-year-old heads, and how that impacts them. So I'd like to point that out. The other thing I just want to, when we talk about the role of police in Berkeley, you know, yes, it has been to maintain this unjust economic order, but I also noticed this. In my experience on these various commissions and watching, you know, I'm a keen observer of city government and its functioning. You know, let's remember that the police are part of the executive branch of government. But increasingly, as they're invited to participate in task forces and sit on committees and so forth, that they're more participating in the legislative branch of our government. And when we ask their advice and they say they don't like a proposal, how often it's like a veto. It's like a de facto veto. Well, I guess we can't do that if the police don't think it's a good idea. And I want us to be aware of that and wary of it. So one of the things that I need to chat with you about tonight is why so many in our community actually don't trust the police and what has happened over these years. And it's not just a year, it's a longer arc, my friends. So we have in the city a history of police corruption, which does not get the attention that it deserves. And there's also a history of injustices by police that are not addressed. You know, that BPD has refused consistently to acknowledge wrongdoing, has failed to address, doesn't even admit to racial profiling. You know, so yes, this undermines the public confidence. As you sit on this commission, you know, what can be done with the police? What can a police department accomplish without the trust of the community? You know, I've spoken with friends. I say there's a difference here. There's the performance, and I'm coming to you as somebody who went through the whole community policing fad in Berkeley, where they said things like the perception of crime is more important than the actual presence of crime. That what they talk about is, so I guess what I'm concerned about is the performance of safety rather than actually addressing our safety needs. So let me show you. I'm going to take you back to a case that happened. I served on a subcommittee of the Police Review Commission in 2007, where we took a look at the investigation of Sergeant Kerry Kent. Sergeant Kerry Kent was in charge of the evidence room in the Berkeley Police Department. He was the guy that got the asset forfeiture, the monies, and the drugs. Well, he was alleged to have, quote unquote, tampered with 300 evidence envelopes. But what is of such great concern is that he was able to retire. He was able to quit the police department. He was never forced to testify and actually say what happened. And so the quote unquote investigators from BPD decided, oh, well, he was kind of taking these drugs and self-medicating and so forth. And so on the subcommittee, we asked BPD, and we even went to the city council, wait, tell us how much drugs. It was Oxycontin, it was heroin, it was 5 pounds of marijuana, it was every kind of drugs. So wait, if you're self-medicating, you don't take every kind of drugs, but you do if you're a drug dealer. And never having had to disclose how much, were we talking grams or pounds? So he was allowed off the hook. And many of his co-workers who were sergeants and patrol officers at the time are now in the leadership of the Berkeley Police Department. I want to flag another incident that happened around the same time. Officer Steve Fleming. Some people might know him because his auntie actually achieved, Stephanie Fleming achieved the rank of captain in BPD. Steve Fleming was hired in 2006. By 2007, there was an investigation going on of this guy because he was robbing the people that he was detaining. He was stopping them. He was taking their wallet, take the cash out. I have a binder at the Copwatch office that has all the before the Copley decision, we had access to these things. So we have ample evidence of this guy, but what's incredibly outrageous is that he retired, he left the department, so he didn't have to answer for his crimes. Guess what? He was rehired somewhere around 2009, and he is present and on the force today. You can go down and say hi to Mr. Fleming, Stephen Fleming. His number now is 69. It was 2 before. But again, why don't we trust Berkeley Police Department? And I'll tell you this, Kayla Moore, as many folks know, is transgender, African-American woman with schizophrenia. She died in her own apartment as the result of a wellness check. Her friend asked, please come and help her. Police officers escalated the situation and she died under a pile of 6 cops. BPD's never said sorry, has never admitted wrongdoing. And the imperative of the city to insulate itself from liability means that it doesn't get to revise its practices. Because if you don't admit you did something wrong, then there's nothing to revise, right? Last week, I was contacted by a family whose adult child died. And they believe that he died as a result of a mental health disorder. And they're concerned that the role that the BPD played may have contributed. This problem is ongoing. But it's, again, why don't we trust BPD? Well, because, you know, as Moni Law mentioned, she was actually hit in the head. Many of our, there were 7 plaintiffs in a lawsuit against the city and the BPD because of their conduct at the Black Lives Matter protests of December 2014. And yes, there was mass gassings. It was a free-for-all. There was less lethal weapons shot in every direction. There was mass gassings on the street and so forth. And BPD evaded accountability. They make recommendations that they are not willing to actually abide by. But in this situation, 7 plaintiffs were awarded $125,000. But part of that agreement was about requiring officers to file use of force reports. And again, there's an article from 2018 that's talking about how months and months later, still officers are not recording all uses of force. And this has been an ongoing issue. This should not be an issue. So yes, now, so after kicking the can down the road and after exhaustive deliberations and so forth, yes, we have a new use of force policy that says that the factors used to determine the reasonableness of force, well, the apparent immediacy and severity of the threat to officers. Let's just take a look. I want to share a little bit of video with you. Because this is what will never make it to the Police Accountability Board, will never come before the old PRC. This is what's happening in our streets. Now, this is video I'm going to share with you that was published by Berkeley side. We also received video with audio. Berkeley side decided to delete their audio. Out of respect to our sources, I'm not going to play that video. I'm going to play this one because it was already published. So this happened on San Pablo and Derby in December, just some months ago. The man was alleged he was being stopped for a traffic violation. And he drove off in his car. And they had a low speed chase. And then his car stalled. The man's 300 pounds. He's an African-American man, older. And there's a passenger, a younger man on the passenger side. So we have the punches being thrown. Hang in
Ms.
there. I
Pritchett, I
do want
just
you to
wanted to
speak.
say that we can't hear anything.
No, you're not supposed to. This was published in Berkeley's side, and they decided to delete the audio for reasons I don't understand. But what you'll see is an expandable metal baton being used. Here it comes. This is how it gets used, like a baseball bat. 2 officers, not 1. Now, what is the immediate threat to these officers? Overhead strikes are banned by many departments for their lethality. Now, please bear in mind, this man is considering exiting the car, but bear in mind that he's being approached from 2 sides. How does one exit the car under these circumstances? The passenger was not a suspect. And no weapon was in the car. No weapon was seen. There was no report of a weapon. This man's name is, that's the young, I don't know that guy's name. The other guy is David Frazier. But this man will never bring a complaint to the Police Accountability Board. There you go. The man has been extracted from the car. Now look, now I want you to think about positional asphyxia. A person who is 300 pounds on their stomach under this kind of pressure. That's a huge risk of positional asphyxia. There's a high risk right here. After he's been beaten. You can also wonder when Nick Jr. tells you about the number of officers at a police stop. I have to question their reporting or how the officers report their presence at these situations. Huge number. This is not uncommon in Berkeley. Former Chief Michael Meehan called it self-dispatch, where officers hear about a call on the radio and they just kind of show up. They sort of help, their presence obviously escalates the situation. My question is, how many of these officers will actually be reported as being present on the scene? So when you make your calculations of how many officers are needed, quote unquote, does it account for this phenomenon of self-dispatch? So if they're working this hard to stand him up, some of us would infer that he needs medical attention. And as he struggles to maintain even consciousness. I think you get the idea. I'm going to stop now. So again, these are the cases in my mind that will never make it to the board. What was the level of danger that the officers were actually facing? Who will evaluate this incident? I'm going to show you another incident. This is very quick. This was an incident that happened on in March of 2020 on Sacramento Street. This is what was given to Copwatch. Man is on his knees, empty hands. I want to show that to you again. I want to ask you, how in danger do these officers look? Nowhere. How scared do they look? Why this man was shot with that munition was because of his failure to put his face on the pavement. There had been an allegation that he had a knife, and he explained he had repositioned his knife when he was in the liquor store. We couldn't find this man. We were trying to say we've got evidence that would be helpful to the case.
I don't know. I think like a little.
We put out a press release and a call. Well, we couldn't get information from the police department for
Why couldn't they have
quite a while.
They could have just did a karate chops on him, right?
Couldn't get information from BPD about this, so we put out a call, a press release, asked people. We actually ultimately got responses, but same day, the chief of police publishes in Berkeley side, releases to Berkeley side, a still shot of a man with about a 2-inch knife. And so it's true, but it's a still photo. He didn't release any situation. He said, Chief Greenwood said, he was so proud of his officers because this man was demonstrating the symptoms of suicide by cop. And fortunately, his officers were able to peaceably restrain this guy without a lethal incident. The use of potentially lethal munitions has been normalized in Berkeley. And it's a regular part of our police officers' work. Go on. Nowhere. So a lot of what these task forces, yours and the one I'm on, have been tasked with are mental health calls. But I want to ask you to consider, this is a mental health call, very recent. And I know it was a mental health call because I was on a Copwatch shift and I was listening to the scanner, and we heard and we watched as officers approached this man who waved them off and said, I don't want any help from you. I don't want anything that you're offering. And he walked down the street. Well, we kept walking down the street. The police took a turn on Parker Street and we decided to follow. This is what we saw.
Yeah, I think we should do that. Let's try to get him into one of the cars. Here. All right. Let's try to pull up. Everybody, we're going to get the house. Let's stand up, okay? Bring your bag with you. Come on. Yeah, have them reroute.
That's 11.
Johnson, I need some help, please.
We're going to get you help. Come on.
What I need a butane. What's the butane for?
Where's the ambulance?
What's the butane for?
Where's the ambulance?
He said something about butane.
No, we're moving.
I didn't do anything wrong.
The fire department makes sure that you guys need a bag. Good stuff, guys.
Please help me.
Hey, guys, you can do everything you want. Do you mind just doing it just a little back here?
Yeah, we're just here. It's all right.
No, for sure. Yeah.
Is he going to get an ambulance?
Appreciate you guys. Thanks, buddy. Appreciate you.
Hi, Brandon. How you doing?
Good, man. How are you?
So we have officer number 7, S11. He just asked for water.
I just
We're with
I'm
Copwatch.
asking about my kids because I gave out there said at the 32 second, 3255, 15th Street.
5255. 15th Street.
And they're just walking on, and then they all came up at me like I'm in trouble for asking about my kids.
Okay.
That's all I care about.
We'll get you some water.
Do you know what the charges are? You have a right to know why you're being taken. You have a right to know why you're being taken.
So why am I being taken? I'm just asking for my family.
He has a right to know why he's being taken.
I'm not being charged of anything.
If he's not being charged, then why are you pushing him into a car?
If you're good, we'll get him out of here.
So we are at Regent and Parker by 2601 Regent Street.
May you please take me to the police station?
Hey, we got some water for you at the station. Let's go. Come on, I'll get it for you.
What are the charges? He has a right to know the charges.
Ambulance right now, please. Please call the ambulance for me.
The ambulance is at the station.
There's one to come right around the corner. Can you right around the corner down there? Can you call for an ambulance, please?
Yes. So he's asking for ambulance, he's asking for medical attention, he's asking for water. There are no charges.
No, they'll come pick me up right here. They always do. I just need to call the ambulance, please.
He's asking for medical attention.
And he's asking to know his charges.
What the hell?
You and Grover home?
Yep. Officer, is he going to the hospital or the station?
Do you know him?
Yeah.
Yeah. His family member?
No.
Oh, okay, then I'll explain it to his family. Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, so you'll have to explain it to somebody why you didn't bring medical attention here. You don't.
So,
yeah, I think we should have that. Let's try to get him into one of the cars. Here.
Sorry. So when I tried to follow up on this incident and find out, well, was that a 5150? Is that why I couldn't get any information or why he couldn't? This is the response I got to my Public Records Act request. Please notice at the bottom, the Berkeley Police Department has searched our records and have identified case number 21-35223 in relation to your request. The case is pending criminal litigation and records will not be released at this time pursuant to Government Code 6254F. The release of any records may impede the successful completion of the investigation. When I contacted the Public Defender's Office with this case number, they said it was an invalid case number. So again, these incidents are not isolated. This is not, this is what's happening on the streets of Berkeley. And I have to say that there are incidents in which if the person involved is African-American as the victim, there has been a noticeable reluctance on the part of the police to charge the perpetrator. Oh, it's just bad judgment. Oh, he's just a kid who didn't know any better, etc. Meanwhile, African-American people are getting guns pointed on them and not even a sorry afterwards when it's for no reason. Yes, and African-Americans are much more likely to have violence used on them. So yes, I hope that you task force members will talk about what Ben Bartley called in his initial legislation, the footprint of policing. And how does this violence ripple out? How does this violence and this kind of policing erode trust in the institution to the point where the institution itself is unable to do the job that it's supposedly set up to do? How do you solve crime? Like I in my neighborhood on Saturday, there was a big shootout. But the people who know don't tell because they don't trust the police. This slide is just I just want you to notice that Lieutenant Hong is clearing $500,000 a year. This was in 2019. Over $500,000 in total compensation. Go on down the list. These are police lieutenant. Coincidentally, all these cops were around when Sergeant Kent was doing his shenanigans in the evidence locker with everybody watching him and everybody aware of it. So yeah, I say somewhere between 10 and 20% of the Berkeley Police Department is getting paid upwards of $400,000 a year in total compensation. Notice this other pay, by the way. This is overtime. What is that? Is that their pay for additional training? What does that mean? And what is that? How are they being trained? So, commissioners, when we talk about public safety, I guess I'm wondering whose safety we're talking about. You know, because I know who is at risk and who is less at risk. And I'm wondering what analysis your task force either is going to do or has done that really identifies the threats to public safety that are most urgent. So I guess I want to advocate for the task force to take a step back and think about this alternative vision of public safety. Right now, our public safety is based around a paradigm of punishment. And I want to ask you, what would it be like if we had an incentive system? Because so much of the crime, even the misdemeanors, are related to the economic situation of our people. The poverty, the crush, the urgency, the desperation of not knowing how you're going to pay the rent, not getting the medical care you need, not having your needs met. And I also want to ask the commission, the task force, not to limit itself to meddling with reforming the police department. I'm not even that interested in them anymore, to be honest. I'm interested in the leadership of my civilian elected leadership in this town that is feeding into, you can't go both ways at once. You can't say you want to reduce the footprint of policing and still allow laws that discriminate so blatantly against the poor, like the 3x3 law, like the RV policy in this town, that any day we might get word that they're going to go and tow people's homes and steal them off the streets. Yes, we need to civilianize police functioning to as great a degree as we can. It blows my mind that we have people who are trained to use a gun somehow managing an evidence locker, an evidence room. Those are different skill sets, my friends. And if we whittle it down, peel that onion, make it smaller and smaller, civilianize, it's cheaper. Civilianize, it's safer. And yes, it's about time that we demand efficiency and accountability. If you're paying all this money, what are you getting? Why? And I'm talking about the Mental Health Commission too. I'm saying, why are we spending millions of dollars on these divisions and departments, and yet we're looking to community-based organizations to actually do the work? And now don't get me wrong, I'm not against community-based organizations. The Brennan Center for Justice, they say that is an incredible statistic. You know, that the presence and that the involvement of community-based organizations, that impacts the crime rate as much or more than anything that the police are doing. So yes, you say, Andrea, do you have some proposals? Well, in fact, I do. And I have to say that this whole thing starts with taking responsibility. In South Africa, they called it truth and reconciliation. It's time that BPD take responsibility for the things that they've gotten wrong. They need to apologize. Let's start right there and say, did you do something wrong? Was the way you went about that wrong? Because you can't change it until you say it's wrong. So yes, and I of course I support the implementation of a specialized care unit. But when I read some of the Nick Jr. stuff, I became a little concerned because it's not just for mental health and substance abuse calls. Specialized care unit is meant to be for all non-criminal calls. And it should be without BPD involvement. And I'm very concerned about the relationship that's being set up between a specialized care unit and the police. Because if trust is the issue, I want people to trust a specialized care unit. I want people to be able to call without fear that they're going to get some trigger happy cops or some violence prone individuals responding. The involvement of the police undermines the credibility of the specialized care units. I think I would also like to ask you to take a look at harm reduction. You know, we've had reports at some of the encampments that what has happened is that that if somebody calls in, oh my gosh, there's an overdose, what they get is a police response, and the police go into the encampment and they delay the arrival of the paramedics because they claim they have to secure the scene. People are scared to call in these cases. You know, in Kayla Moore's situation, the person who actually called the police and asked for a wellness check was himself arrested on an outstanding warrant. What do you think he's going to do next time he needs the police? He's not going to call. We also have to, I just really would love for you to be careful about this notion of what the actual police response to a situation is, because throughout, you can go to anywhere in this town and they will tell you about excessive police response, you know, way disproportionate numbers of police at a scene. You know, maybe that doesn't quote unquote waste resources, but it does escalate situations. I also hope that your task force will account for this, which is that we need to stop sending people on 5150 evaluations to John George or to Santa Rita, that the Department of Justice investigation that says, look, when we do that, we are becoming collaborators in human rights violations. That's how bad it is. As an alternative, what we need to do, and I think this is probably the key to actually impacting, this is like one thing affects the others. If we had more respite centers where we could take somebody who is having a severe mental health crisis and let them get stabilized, let them stay there for 2 weeks while wraparound services, while connection to services are made, and this person, their situation can't be stabilized. Guess what? That doesn't just affect that person. Because if that person is unhoused, they're in an encampment somewhere, either getting, you know, just driving other people, you know, to violence or to anger or to, you know, so it impacts lots of people when we care for those people with the most severe mental health situations. But we also need to stop adopting torture devices. You know, this creeping idea that like spit hoods are somehow a good idea. And that falls right back at the doorstep of the city council. They approved that. And the issue of tasers, our police department has been eager to get tasers and that would now apparently BPD has allowed, canines are okay to apprehend criminals. We have to move our heads out of this notion of torture and punishment. And we have to shift into, instead of the performance of safety, you know, when there's a shooting on the corner of my neighborhood, yeah, sure, a bunch of maybe bike patrols or car patrols, but we're not getting at the actual causes of these things. And we're certainly not asking the police, what is their success rate in solving crime? We have not demanded enough of them in terms of actionable, reliable data and analysis. And I think it's high time we do. All right, thank you for hearing me out. I really appreciate that opportunity.
Thank you, Andre. Really appreciate it. I think all of us appreciate it. It's, you know, enlightening in many ways and frightening in many ways, but always are necessary to hear. So, you know, thank you. And yeah, let's open it up for questions. Commissioner Fine.
Thank you so much, Andrea, for that. You know, the video footage of the man with the mental health call was really dreadfully impactful. And, you know, I hear what you're saying and your commitment to our having a non-police crisis response. And I'm wondering, you know, we're looking at getting that kind of person, that type of response. But you also brought up something really critical about harm reduction and substance use. And that is a pretty dicey area compared with just a straight mental health call, even though the symptoms can look very similar. How do you consider that substance use piece as well and responding to it without police? If somebody is experiencing, you know, a meth high that goes wrong or something like that.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you know, Commissioner Blake has often stressed the need for public education. And I agree with him. And in many parts of our city, mutual aid and people they're talking about Narcan, they're talking about ways that the community can respond to those kinds of emergencies. But if you're asking if somebody is on an elevated drug high, you know.
Yeah, they got drugs on them, so there's potentially a misdemeanor offense. And we want to get them help. We want to get them some kind of public health response. What do you see? What should we do?
Safety first. Enforcement should be subordinate to safety. Period. Because otherwise people aren't going to call. People aren't going to call for help if they think what they're going to get is a cop. I'm not saying all people, but I'm saying a bunch. I see Commissioner Malvito. I see your hand.
Thank you so much for your presentation. I think Berkeley's lucky to have you, but especially your middle school students. You're very compelling. Yeah, I wanted to take a stab at maybe elaborating a bit on the proposals that you put up. And I think, a lot of them are pretty self-explanatory. But I was very curious as to what this idea for like apologizing or from what it sounded like to me was more like it was acknowledging the causation of harm in the public to the public. And I guess I wanted to know what your ideas around that were, if there are any examples that you had. And on, next to that question, actually, you can answer that one first, and then I can go to my next one.
Yeah, I mean, I think, the idea that a police officer can evade accountability and then get rehired. They have, I don't understand why Officer Fleming is on the BPD. I don't get it. I think you all should ask. Because, like I say, I'll bring the binder to you. There was an investigation. Many people said he stole from them. BPD knows that. But it's not, so he departs, but then to be rehired, what does that say about our department? Are we going to say that all, I mean, if they said all those allegations were proved to were not true, great. Let's hear about it, because right now it looks pretty bad. And again, I don't know, I'm going to say, I would love to believe that there were folks in our community who really believe, who really believed in our community. I guess what I get the feeling from BPD sometimes is that they all live in other places, and at the end of the day, would they rather defend our community, or would they rather be part of, I don't know, some Urban Shield, some statewide kind of agency. What is their care about Berkeley? What is their connection to our community? You know, it used to be that many of them grew up here. Many of them were Berkeley High graduates. I don't know that that's the case now. But I'm sort of shaken by it. You know, honestly, I don't believe the corruption was ever really accounted for. And I don't see how we move forward. It's like pouring water into a bucket with a hole in it. Until that hole is mended, it's wasted energy. It's wasted effort.
Thank you. And my second question is, you mentioned the Human Rights Department of Justice investigations for Santa Rita and John George. And I guess also tied to this is the creation of respite centers for folks who are 5150. What are some things that, from your connections with the community, like on the ground with people experiencing homelessness, and also advocates who are seeing these things firsthand and are trying to give aid to, what if there was like a unlimited budget, like let's say, or perhaps like a way for us, a way to pitch the ideal respite center in Berkeley, what would that look like? And maybe that's not something we can answer now, and maybe that's like a good question for another presentation, but I am curious to hear, like, what are some of the things that you've all thought about?
Well, I think that the ideal, I'm not an expert in respite centers. I think there's other people here on this task force that have more experience and familiarity with the particularities of respite centers. But we all know, I do know that from having been in jail, that's not a place that's good for your mental health. And somebody who truly has a mental health disability to go to Santa Rita and to be put in solitary confinement and be subject to the average disdain that a deputy has for their inmates, it is debilitating. But not only are you not cared for, you are undermined and you are assaulted. So it just makes it worse. So to be honest, any kind of civilian, non-carceral setting, I think is going to be better. In terms of John George, I would encourage folks to read that report. But again, we're sending people who don't need to be there to John George, and people that are going there are not getting the care that they need. So we need to really examine our city's participation in that pipeline. And it means some serious investment, I think, within Berkeley.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Commissioner Opton.
This is a time not only for us to pose questions, but to make comments. And it's some comments that I want to make. The slides, films, and words that we've just seen and heard are compelling, very disturbing. It bothers me, and should, I hope, bother all of us a lot, that we've just seen scenes happening in Berkeley of the sort that we know occur in Chicago and in the poorer parts of New York City and in Miami and in Birmingham, Alabama. Berkeley should be different. And I think a large part of the task that's given to us for reimagining public safety is to make our city's practices different. So what have we done about it so far? We've talked about it. We have not produced any white papers, black papers, yellow papers, green papers, listing things that we want to see the city do. That's what we need to get to work on. And in criticizing us for not doing that, I'm criticizing most of all myself. I haven't done any of those things that I just named. But I think that all of us need to get to work in producing concrete, actionable proposals for what we need to do. I apologize for having cut off my screen. Now I've reopened it. And we need to do it soon. I'm concerned that if we don't get to work on this, the city fathers and mothers will conclude that their reimagining policing project has concluded, and they will thank us for our work, and then the city will just go on in the future as it has in the past and is going on in the present. I think we are way behind on our main task, and we, meaning myself especially, but all of us, need to get to work in producing written proposals for what we want the various people who have the power in the city to do. And that has to be not just in terms of generalities, but specifics, because it's very easy to adopt good policies that are good in theory and good as generalities, because generalities don't require making any of the difficult decisions. The things that need to be done will be difficult to do. If they weren't difficult, they would have been done already. And we have to spur the responsible people, and I'm thinking particularly of the members of our city council, to do what will be difficult for them to do. That means we've got to be very specific about what we want them to do. And I urge us to get to work on that.
Thank you. Vice Chair Chima.
I want to go back a little bit to the comment about creating respite care centers and speaking from, and also public education, speaking from experience, having created HIV/AIDS housing, transitional housing for people with mental illness, and many programs in Berkeley. There are many that were never created because our community does not want these programs in Berkeley. Not in my backyard is not something that, somehow disappeared. I can assure you that if we don't do a massive public education campaign and get neighborhoods to step up and say, and districts to step up and say, and their council persons step up and say, we need to have something in each district that actually we can be proud of and part of, that provides respite for people. Instead of showing up in numbers and saying, you can't have 6 mentally ill people in one place, and the harm, the kids, the safety, the this. And going into, Berkeley does not have a battered women's shelter. Why? Because when RCD and BOSS tried to create one, people showed up in droves and said, and it was in District 1, and District 1 showed up in droves. And the comments that were heard were like, what if a perpetrator shows up, shoots a gun, the bullet hits the wall, then ricochets and gets into my child's bedroom and kills my child? I mean, that's what we're dealing with, folks. So as we develop our recommendations, we also have to develop community strategies of acceptance and tolerance and compassion. If we don't do both, we will have an incredible report. We might even find the money to do the programs, but we will not have the political will and the community will to actually then have something, in people's neighborhoods. And most of the programs that residential programs that exist in Berkeley that are run by CBOs, there have not been incidents, the kind that the NIMBY folks always come out. A lot of it has to do with, what will be the color of the people, the age, these folks violent? We have a long ways to go in this community to build a sense that all human beings need to be respected in the same way and given the same opportunities as we all have had. And just because their lived experience in life right now might not look like ours, that doesn't mean they don't deserve the safety and the comfort of just basic things. So I'm hoping that the Mental Health Commission will bring recommendations to this task force on not just a public education campaign, but also how to get the respite centers and stabilization centers and recovery centers in the city of Berkeley, irregardless of the cost. Thank you.
Thank you, Bilna. Commissioner Harger.
Thank you. Thank you, Andrea, for this presentation. I really, really appreciated it. I think that throughout this process, we've kind of been dancing around what the actual problems are in the Berkeley Police Department. We've heard a lot about structure and theoretical functionality, but we have not seen the actualized and realized consequences of their actions. And so I really appreciate that you brought that to the table. I also think that you highlighted very well that our current model and paradigm of public safety takes some people's suffering as incidental. And I really appreciate that you highlight, like, when you walk down the street in Berkeley, you see exactly who is being hurt by our model of policing and our model of quote unquote public safety. And so the people who are very comfortable in their homes and are ready to call 911 on an unhoused person may feel very safe in Berkeley. But for many of us, safety is not guaranteed, it's not a given, and the police often make us less safe. I also appreciated what you said about community policing, because that's a key word we hear a lot in processes like this. We hear, oh, we need more community policing. We need to embed our police into our community. And to that, I like to raise this idea, right? Community policing, it's two words, and it implies that you are protecting a community by policing someone. And so inevitably, we have to ask, who is the community and who is getting policed? Because in my experience as a Black person in Berkeley, I have always fallen on the policed side and not the community side. And so I think when we're in these processes of reforms or of shrinking footprints of policing, we need to remember that these buzzwords like community policing can have deleterious impacts for people who are not considered a part of the Berkeley community by those who are enforcing things. Also, Buna, I really appreciate what you just brought up. I think that a huge obstacle in this process is just bringing our community members into the fold and allowing people to understand the importance of these processes, the importance of having a neighborhood and a community and a city that genuinely supports everyone. And so I think that kind of highlights that as a commission, but also as individuals, there is an imperative to educate our community members and the people who are around us, so that when we have these proposals like diversion centers or sobriety centers, so that we can actually have community support behind it, and so that people don't have this quick reaction of fear and this NIMBY immediate response, this gut response. You know, we have to try to foster more of an inclusive and holistic view of safety in our community. And to that point, I really hope that these videos have encouraged people, anybody who's watching, and all of the commissioners to Copwatch, because we cannot know what is going on in our community. We cannot be speaking on the Berkeley Police's conduct if we are not taking the time to watch them do their job. And so I really hope that this is going to inspire people to watch the cops, to stop, to film them, and to really try to hold them to account as a community. And then we're going to talk about the RDA report later, I believe, but I do think that something you said that was really important is that we're transporting people to John George, we're transporting people to Santa Rita, so we're bringing people into carceral spaces, and most of the people who are getting 5150'd don't even meet the medical criteria for a 5150. And so that's super important. And I actually do not have a question for you, Andrea, but I do have a question for you, Officer McGee, because when I watched those videos, I had to turn off my camera, and I've already seen them, and I still had to turn off my camera. And those are your coworkers. And so I really would like to know what you think when you see those videos, because I know that all I feel is horror. because that could be my dad, that could be me, that could be my family. So I'd really like to know what your response is.
You're free to respond or not.
Yeah, I'll respond. Just a few things from the presentation. Andrew, it's nice to meet you in virtual world here. But just one of there's a lot that you covered, Andrea, and I'm not prepared to respond to everything that you've brought up and all the cases. So I hope you understand that. I will just say one thing, that Steve Fleming is no longer here at the Berkeley Police Department. He is not an officer. He is not on duty. He's no longer employed by the city of Berkeley. And when I see those videos, what comes to mind is I've been in this work a long time. Andrea, you brought up, who we are, why we're here. I care about this community. I came to this police department because it's the only police department that I applied to. It's the police department that, when I looked around after I got out of grad school and was looking to use my master's in social welfare to the best to help a community, I looked at Berkeley Police Department because of the systems and their cooperation and collaboration with the community. And the main program that comes to mind is the mobile crisis team. Working with them, seeing that we were working outside, looking outside of the box, was something that really struck me. So to answer your question, Alicia, with uses of force, we have a process to look at those uses of force. Uses of force are never something that we're looking to get involved in. We're trying to de-escalate. We're trying the best we can to use minimal amounts of force. Unfortunately, a lot of times it doesn't look good. It doesn't look good on video. So I hear you. I hear what you're saying. But just know that we have processes in place to review all those uses of force. I can't speak particularly to those because I don't know. I don't want to say anything that I don't know. So that would be my response. And I appreciate you giving me the opportunity to share my Zell. Thank you.
Chair, can I ask a question of the officer?
If you'd like.
Actually, Andre, I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
If someone would like to ask on your behalf, that would probably be more appropriate. So if you want to give us a comment and someone wants to ask the question, I think that'd be a little more appropriate.
Well, my question is, when did Officer Fleming leave the department the second time? And if it was after 2014, we have videos of him quite brutally attacking students on Telegraph Avenue during the Black Lives Matter protest, to the point where other officers actually had to pull him back. So I'm heartened to hear that he's not there now, but it doesn't erase the question for me of why he was rehired. And it suggests to me, and again, and also when I hear that, it gives me very little comfort, officer. I appreciate hearing you, and I have confidence that you do want to serve the community. But when you say that there are processes in place for reviewing these kinds of violent incidents, if it doesn't involve the community, then it does nothing to reassure us. It does nothing to, it's like, if it satisfies you, great. But that's what I'm talking about. Tell them the truth. Do you really think a two-handed baseball style over the head, do you think that's a good idea? And that's what I mean by honesty and trust. I never hear the BPD say that they did anything wrong. I never hear the Police Officers Association admit that anything's wrong. And so it's sort of a hollow kind of praise that's on the lips of people who don't know.
Yeah, so I'll ask first, if you do have awareness of when Officer Fleming left the department, I'd love for you to enlighten us. And then if you have any other response to those comments, feel free.
Yeah, I don't have the specific date that he left the department, be off the top of my head. And I have no other response at this time.
Thank you. Commissioner Lutzker.
So thank you so much, Andrew, for coming. I really appreciate the presentation. As hard as the videos were to watch, really appreciate having seen them. I'd seen some, but thank you again for sharing so that we're all, this is all at the top of our consciousness. First, I just want to thank Commissioner Chima also for your comments around kind of the NIMBYism. I really think that this is a key point. And, in Berkeley, where folks really profess their progressive values and, their compassion and their desires to solve this problem, I think it all does come down to kind of, well, yes, I think it would be great somewhere else in Berkeley even, right? It's not even, we don't want it in Berkeley, it's that I don't want it literally, a NIMBY, I don't want it in my backyard. And so I do think that, I don't even know whether there's like a two-step public education campaign about respite centers like this, which seem really promising, where there's a discussion in the community about the need for these. And once everybody agrees, then there's also a discussion, well, we do need these everywhere. You can't all want this and not all want this in your neighborhood. I don't know if that's, a feasible thing, but, I think we all come together and everyone professes a lot of progressivism. And then when it comes down to it, people are looking out for their self-interest, even if their self-interest in this instance might be misplaced and biased. And so that's one thing. And then I would love to just ask Andrea, one of the things, and this kind of relates to the National Institute's report, they have all these categories for this tier 1, which is the CERN response, where there's just no police involvement. And what I've noticed is that a lot of the responses that fall into that category are officer initiated. And so, and that's, I believe, what you were showing in the first video that was from Berkeley side. What happened, you said that was a traffic stop. That's an officer initiated item. There are many other officer initiated items, and I really am starting to see with SCU and dispatching systems how we might provide non-police responses to calls into the city, emergency and non-emergency calls that get routed. But what, in your view, how would you propose addressing these officer initiated stops, where literally they are officer initiated by definition, they are being done by the police? Much of the time that we know that BPD is on the streets, they're, patrolling, looking out, right? And this is when these officer initiated actions happen. So do you have ideas of models for, how to eliminate these officer initiated stuff? Like where do you see these kind of not responses to calls into the city, but these sorts of officer initiated events? How do you see those?
Well, I mean, this is a, this is a question of leadership of the department and training. I guess what I've wanted people to, when I was on the Police Review Commission, I never got any satisfaction on this question. I said, well, Chief, what are the goals for the department? What are the annual goals? What is it you're trying to achieve? Are you trying to improve your crime solving? Are you trying to improve, what is it you're trying to go for? And how does your training and budget support your goals? And how does your annual evaluation, how do you use that to help to inform the next year's cycle? Sadly, none of that exists, but I wish it did. Because if there was, if we set the goals, then it's the responsibility, if the community set the goals for the department, what do you want police to do? What do you want them to do? What kind of calls do you want them to respond to? And then to train them to do those calls. But right now, I think the gate's wide open. And the police have a lot of discretion into what they involve themselves in and what they don't. I feel that so often like the police department is an entity unto itself. And that regardless of the Police Review Commission or even the city council, they do as they please. And until we get them under control, I don't think these questions are really relevant, because they'll do what they want to do. Until, who's going to make them stop? Who has power over the police department? When we can answer that question, then I bet we can answer your question.
Commissioner Linton.
So I have a question, but I think that there's a quick answer to the question you just posed, and that the answer is the city manager. The only person the police chief reports to is the city manager. Doesn't report to the council, doesn't report to the mayor, reports to the city manager. And to that extent, that's the person who needs to be held responsible. I have a question, and we were told in one of the very many PowerPoints we got from the interim chief that there are very few complaints filed on BPD. And I presume that you or Copwatch does file complaints when you see things, or maybe you don't, but I was just wondering what your experience had been with filing complaints, or why is it that you don't, and what the experience is with people when they do file complaints.
Well, yes, I have tried to file. I did file. I had experience with the Police Review Commission prior to the Copley decision and the revision of the complaint process, and I had an experience with it afterwards. And it was an incredibly biased. Back in 1973, when it was formed, the idea was that it was an open process, and that the accountability came from it being open. And that an individual could actually directly question a cop and in open session, and anybody could come and listen in. After the Copley press decision, the city rewrote its policies around and procedures around the complaint process. And it was incredibly biased. That all they wanted from the complainant was a written complaint and a statement. After that, they give that to the cop so that they can respond, but they don't let us see what the cop's response was. The cop could tell them anything, and we would have no power. So it was grossly unfair. And I fear that the new Police Accountability Board, is going to have us go to the same thing. The old Police Review Commission had subpoena power. They never used it because they didn't have independent counsel that would actually follow through and actually do it. To be dependent, we have a structural conflict of interest, which is the city attorney. It's trying, the city attorney and the city manager are trying so hard to insulate the city and the police department from liability that they crush these complaints. And they facilitate this fundamentally unjust process. And so in terms of would they serve a subpoena? No, they wouldn't execute a subpoena and they wouldn't enforce it. We have structural conflicts in this town. When you talk about the city manager, yes, we've got a system where the city manager, is in charge of the police department, and theoretically, the city council is in charge of the city manager. But guess what? Which city council member wants to go on record as advocating for the firing of the city manager when the city manager is the one who gets to deploy the resources? We can make your district look good, or we can make you look terrible. We'll fill the potholes in your district, and if you cross me, maybe you won't get the goodies, and maybe you won't get reelected. So you see that there's institutional tensions that have, God, this city is like, it's like our governance is moribund. It's stuck, you know. And when the officer talks about the mobile crisis team, they've been trying for like, I think it's like a year to hire somebody. They've got 2 mobile crisis workers. You know, those are the folks that go out with the police, who refuse to go anywhere without the police. You know, why can't we hire more of them? What is the problem? Is it the government? Is the job description? What's going on? But I think this, y'all could maybe dig into that.
Thank you.
Yeah, and I'll just add, Commissioner Lindheim, as I think you're already aware, with the previous PRC complaint process, at least post a hopefully decision, only aggrieved parties could actually file complaints. And outside, you know, even with them witnessing it right there, couldn't file a complaint on behalf of that individual. Plus the evidentiary standard, plus obviously the timeline. As you know, many of these factors already.
Third-party complaints were not allowed. And if you had a really serious complaint, you definitely wouldn't take it to the PRC, because if you got an unsustained finding at the PRC level, you might have just blown your civil suit. You don't want to go into court and and tell the judge, oh yeah, well, the PRC looked at my case and threw it out, but maybe it doesn't sink the ship, but it slows it down.
Commissioner Harger.
Thank you. I appreciate, Officer McGee, that you responded to my question. Your response falls into a kind of pattern that I've observed with the Berkeley Police Department, which is that if you ask the Berkeley Police Department or a representative about a specific issue of police brutality or misconduct, they will say, I cannot comment on this. I do not know the details of the situation, which I understand. I also would not want to speak on something I do not understand. But then it is followed up by this assertion that we have a system through which you can deal with complaints of excessive force or misconduct. And I think what we've seen throughout this process, and what was elucidated beautifully by Andrea, is that we simply do not have that. We categorically do not have a system through which civilians or impacted individuals can get accountability, or we can address police misconduct. And it's something I hear a lot. And I think it's one of the reasons we're here, is because we don't have that right now, and we need that. And so I think it's kind of a harmful normative statement to say, oh, we have a process for this. There is already an infrastructure for this, when we are here for the exact reason that we do not have a sustainable and suitable infrastructure for dealing with misconduct.
Good evening, everyone. If I can just briefly dovetail the comment. Sorry I'm late. I did not see the videos. I share a lot of the sentiments of my commissioners regarding the response of the police department. And this is what I'll say. As a pragmatic consideration and as a union member, Officer McGee is effectively prohibited from saying anything that's going to produce a conversation that is going to elucidate anything. To expect him to do that, as from my perspective, is absolute folly, and it's no mark against him. It is what it is. Which brings me to the point. Until we and unless we break the absolute back of police unions, this is a dead dialogue. The only way that's ever going to be achieved is with a collective movement to do that, so that we don't have to tolerate these responses anymore. Until that recommendation is something that the citizenry decides it wants to take up en masse and start voting in people who are committed to that task, this is just chomping along the margins and around the bit. It's tiresome. I don't want to ask these questions anymore. I want solutions to the problems we can all recognize exist. We've been listening to them now for months. So with all due respect, what I'd like to hear is how we're going to promote the organization of those community-based groups that are going to be tasked with the alternatives. Because that line of tell me about police, no, I'm tired of even having to ask about it. If we're moving them out of the situations that cause problems in our community over policing and all the other crisis points that we are illuminating. Let's move past them. That's the whole point. I'm sick of hearing from the police. Again, with all due respect, I've done this now for 8-9 months, tired of hearing from them. I'm now ready to move to the alternatives. Is there a platform where we're going to have that discussion sometime soon? Because otherwise, this is a terrible waste of time. Thank you.
I would just respond. I think that's precisely why we're having community groups present, is we want to move towards that conversation. I fully agree with you. We spend quite a bit of time on police presentations, and Lord knows I've heard many police answers to many questions between this board, the mayor's task force, the PRC, the PIB. I've heard it all too. So I hear you fully. And I want to get there with all of us. So don't think we'll be slowing down as we go through this next process of the task force. Okay, I think it's Commissioner Opton.
About 30 minutes ago, I was complaining to us, myself and you, that we have not been moving fast enough to concentrate on proposing actual things that we want the city to do. And taking my complaints and advice to heart, while we've been talking in the last 30 minutes, I've been trying to think of things that we could do. And I've thought of some, and I'd like to share them with you. We could study cities that have had consent decrees regarding wrongdoing by their police departments.
Commissioner Opton, is it all right if I stop you real fast? Again, I don't want to interrupt you. Those are like very good points. Is it possible that we could save it for later in the agenda? This is really to ask questions or give comments specifically to Ms. Pritchett. And if not, we do have a whole section in the agenda to really discuss bigger ideas.
Yes, I'll suggest that rather than try to cover it tonight, that I'll write a letter to ourselves and circulate it and hope for comments.
Oh, that sounds great. And we're going to have a discussion about, we want to schedule more meetings and what are we doing in those meetings and what action we want to take. So thank you. Commissioner Hyde.
Thank you, Chair Mizell. And thank you, Andrea Pritchett, for a very well thought out and hard hitting presentation. It does feel like we're finally getting to the main course for our work and the breadth of what we all need to consider. I don't doubt that you've been watching other cities as well, and through Copwatch networks. I have a big question for you and your team. Are there any cities? There are. Let me back up a little bit. There are a lot of cities that are working very hard right now to make change. We read about a lot of them in the Nick Jr. report and in the RDA report. So Portland, Austin, Ithaca, lots of cities are trying to tackle various parts of this large problem. Are there any cities that you've observed? I do realize that many municipalities we don't have a length of time of data yet to understand how things are really shifting. But have you observed cities that have had brilliant ideas, even if they're just getting off the ground? Or are there any municipalities that have tackled a part of this in a way that you perceive could be really successful, or the whole of this? There's lots of interconnected pieces between dispatch and fire and police and mental health. It all has to fit together. So I'm wondering if you've been impressed as through the networks and as you're hearing about what other cities are doing.
Yeah, thanks for that. I've paid some attention to Minneapolis, that they've been, I think they've actually said that they want to have a different way of enforcing the law, and that they're trying to have they're trying to start over and not even have a police department. They're trying to create a different department of, I forget what they call it, but it's just a whole different institution based on different assumptions. But I have to say that one of the reasons why this situation is so difficult goes back, I think, to this notion of, as long as we're going to be content with having some portion of our population sleeping on the street, living in such incredibly dire situation, as long as that's a reality, I just can't imagine a humane way of maintaining that social order. You know what I mean? Like there's huge tension, and the greater the wealth disparities are, the greater the tension and the more violence by the state that's required to hold that thing in place, because it wants to change. There's huge, that's why the role of police in protest, that's like, so I have to say that managing, some cities manage these tensions better than others, but I think we really do have to look at the underlying causes. One of the things that was proposed, it's so kind of real, like to have a special care unit that has, gift cards and vouchers and stuff to give out. Look, it helps, that it can, that when I'm freaking out because I, can't, whatever, somebody stole my shoes last night. Now I'm barefoot, and I can't get a pair of shoes. What do you want me to do? Do you know what I mean? What am I supposed to do? And these, that's one, and there's 10,000 of those questions. So to be able to offer somebody some sustenance, some relief, God forbid we should have a place to house everybody. What would the impact of, if everybody had their basic needs met, how much tension would there be in this town? How would that impact the situation? It would be huge. But beyond that, I think there are some, Berkeley has a wealth of information and care providers with innovative ideas and approaches, the Berkeley Drop-In Center and their approach to like peer run mental health, and not, what can I say? We've got this idea of like experts in the field, and there's so much wisdom and so much innovative talent in our city that I think it's time we really try to bring those heads together, and give them what they need to do what they do best.
Thank you.
Commissioner Fine.
Now, I was just gonna say that I really feel there are multiple ways in which people advocate and are activists, and I've been in different roles. And the police unions may have a lot of power, but I still feel that people can be very effective. And I'm thinking, Andrea, when you came on the Mental Health Commission, because I'm also a commissioner, that one of the ways that I really started to understand mobile crisis is that you showed me footage of mobile crisis on a, you showed it to me over a period of time on a consistent, regular basis. And it is because of that and viewing that, and I'm sure there's more footage, but I still looked at the number of incidents per month, and it was pretty representative, that you're allowing people to see what's going on out there. And it makes a huge difference, because a lot of times we can't make any change unless we're able to prove what is happening. And I think the same thing happened tonight when you showed the mental health call, because that could have been met probably pretty differently with a specialized care unit. And I think the same thing can happen with harm reduction techniques and having a nurse practitioner out there who can do MAT, prescribe medication, getting respite care in the city, not having to transport to the jail. And so I just want to say, you know, I appreciate the way you advocate, and there are other people here who advocate in their own way. And I do think, I don't consider any of it a waste of time. The police unions may be strong. We may not get rid of qualified immunity tonight, but I think that we will do well. I mean, I took the time to write a memo because I really do think that we can do this. And I do actually agree with Liddell. We do need to put that CERN in place. And it's going to be our hard work in the community to make a partnership and a collaboration of CBOs and to get on the government agencies so they're doing their job. In order to make sure that in dispatch, we have alternatives and we just don't default to the police, which is what is happening right now. I sat in there, I read every single report. I mean, I tried to document everything that I said, and I really think as a group, we have a chance to make a change. And it's one that we can do in a way that transforms the situation. And I still think that the police can be on board and go to the calls with crime and violence, and that we start drawing a line. And I understand that somebody may have a master's in social work, but those people really should be the people coming from mental health and harm reduction and from the homeless community, and be there serving in a non-police role. Even seeing a uniform or a light can cause trauma for people. And people don't even call 911 or 211 because they're afraid of the police response, because in their Black communities or their brown communities or other communities, they're terrified of the response. It could go south. And so it's critical we do this work. And even if there are police unions out there, we still have to do it because we can make a difference. And I'm really, really happy with what you showed tonight. And I'm grateful for all the footage you've shown me.
Thank you, Commissioner. Then I have an ask of this body, because what's about to happen for 30 years, for over 30 years, we at Copwatch have been able to monitor the police because we've been able to listen to the scanner frequencies. What is about to happen is BPD is about to encrypt their scanner frequencies and preclude the public from hearing what's happening. Now that's dangerous for two reasons. One, because as you saw in that one call with that man, with that bleeding man, who was essentially, for all intents and purposes, disappeared into the system. And we wouldn't know that he was even taken, except for the evidence that that video provides. But there's other reasons. You know, we have the threat of fire constantly at our back. I have gunshots going off in my neighborhood. When I can get on my little app and listen to the scanner, I can go, oh, those were just fireworks. Or, oh, they put that fire out. Oh, good. You see, there's a public safety reason why this community should have access to those dispatch broadcasts. There is an issue around privacy. They don't want to give up the information about a victim of crime. Fair enough. Move it to a different frequency to do that work that's possibly confidential, but is actually public information. Let's be honest. If I could do a PRA for it, and you guys, we have to talk about PRAs and how the BPD is just sort of blanketly denying or selectively releasing information when it serves their political purpose. That's got to stop. But please do something about preserving our access to the dispatch recordings and the CAD reports. First Amendment, you know, free. Yeah, please help.
Chair Mazel, I
Yes.
don't want to be rude, but I do want to remind us that it's 8:16.
You're reading my mind. That's where I was about to go.
And I was coming in as well right now. Thank you.
But Thank you, Andrea. Thank you very much for your presentation, for answering questions. Just a couple brief comments. First, please send me the information about the August 6th incident. If for some reason you're still not able to get public records, please let me know. And we might just have to use our new powers on the board to get some records if it comes to that. So please send me information on that, and feel free to send me information on the police scanner. I was not aware of that change was going to be going into effect. But I'll just say broadly, policing is just not a legitimate form of public safety. It hasn't been, it wasn't designed to be at its inception. And, don't take my word for it. Go talk to experts at Berkeley Law if you don't want to hear what I have to say. But there are tons of studies on this stuff. Police can be there, they don't make a difference. They're not there, they don't make a difference. Shootings, police have no impact at all. There's tons of studies on this. And the continual thought is that somehow they have some magical power that no one else has and no one else can create something better. It's just not there. So I'm happy to continue this process. I'm happy to hear from you, Andrea, and hear a different perspective. I know it's valid, I know it's true. And I know we have to get somewhere better. So thank you for coming. And
Thank you, Chair. And thank you to all you guys for all your work, and good luck. See it through. We're counting on you. Thank you.
okay, well, let's go ahead and move to our next item on the agenda. From Nick Jr., the calls for service report presentation. I think we have, Amir Chappelle, thank you for joining us.
Yes, thank you for having me, Mr. Chair. Good evening, everyone. My name is Amir Chappell from Nick Jr. And to Ms. Pritchett, the original Copwatch in the Bay Area is right behind me, as you can see. Just wanted to point that out. Thank you for having me. So I'm going to share my screen here, and I'm going to go through the Berkeley Calls for Service report. I'm not going to go through it in a high level of detail, but I am going to point out some key things because, one, we have a time concern going here. I want to get to the alternate response report and the changes we've made to that report since receiving all the task force members and other individuals' feedback on it and the changes as a result of that, and then the discussion. So here, the calls for service analysis that Nick Jr. completed, essentially the auditor, once again, I want to point out the auditor's office did a great job. So a lot of what we did here is not duplicative of what the auditor did. We didn't want to just repeat the same things. So for obvious
Mr. Chappelle, I'm so sorry. I realized on my end, I forgot to take public comment on the last item. I apologize. If we can just pause for 1 second and go to public comment.
So our first public speaker is Emily. I believe it's Emily Raguso. Should be allowed to speak.
Hi, thank you. This is Emily from Berkeley side. I wanted to just respond to a couple of things very quickly. There were some references to work that stories I've published. There was a question about having removed audio from that video, the community video we shared. And I wanted to just provide some context, which was that was provided anonymously by the community members who took it. In the video, they were referring to each other by name. And there was also a lot of profanity that they were using. So for our audience, that's why we both to protect them and just for sort of having it safe for everyone to see to the extent it can be. That's why we removed the audio. I also just found it concerning. I mean, it is really hard for everyone to watch videos like that. It's very difficult, but I think it becomes even more difficult when things are misrepresented or context is missing or facts are wrong. There was a reference to a 2-inch knife, which actually was an 8.5-inch knife with a 4-inch blade. There was some references to, statements in my story by former Chief Greenwood, but there was nothing like that. And the story that was mentioned actually included the Copwatch video and included the Copwatch concerns. There was, we heard a lot about Officer Fleming being described as someone who still works for the department. It turns out he doesn't. There was just a lot of facts in the presentation that weren't true. I do agree with a lot of the high level ideas as far as I want to have access to the scanner audio. I think that's important. We do need strong public records returns, but I just think everyone is done a disservice when these really intense and emotional videos are presented with wrong information or missing context. So that's what I wanted to share.
Next public speaker, we have Makai Freeman. Should be able to talk. Makai, you are on mute.
Yes. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Good afternoon. I'm sorry I came in a little later. I didn't hear all of Andrea Pritchett's presentation. I am on the steering committee to find the next police chief. And as well, I am an activist in the disabled community. And as you know, a lot of people who are abused lifelessly are people with mental health challenges, physical challenges, living on the streets. I'm also a mother of a beautiful son who is on the autism spectrum. What I find is really, when missing these conversations, is the not really understand, or really impressing upon ourselves the role of trauma, of triggering, of uncertainty. And we all know police have a dangerous job, but also appreciate the trauma and the danger of Black, brown, marginalized communities on our streets, living in our city, the legacy of slavery, the legacy of injustice. And no one ever talks about how police officers may be victims of challenges with mental illness, trauma, the lack of knowledge that they don't know about the disabled communities. I myself have a speech limitation that I'm going to take more time. I need more time to communicate. But when you have different disabilities, there's a system called executive function. And when you're in crisis, your executive function goes down radically. This is the reason why we have people who, though they are being screamed at and menaced, but confined in stress, trauma, your brain has difficulty functioning. 2 or 3 things can manage at one time. And so much so when you have a mental illness or certain disabilities. I was in a community and Mrs. Pritchett looked at, gave an example of the policies and protocols of the police department. And the language referring to people with disabilities was abhorrent. Language is so important because how you see, how you respect, how you engage is based mostly through language. So I want to have, maybe I'll come back later and talk about executive function, language, and the role term for resident tendencies. I think a very important point when you talk about.
If you're able to wrap up your comments, please. I'm sorry to cut you off.
I think it's a very important point for transparency to look at the mental health and trauma of police officers on the police force. We know how abysmal training can be, how often are they themselves screened and monitored for mental illness, PTSD, and trauma that can facilitate an adverse interaction. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have Rivka. Rivka, you should be able to speak.
Yes, thank you. This discussion has put me in mind of last night's meeting of the Police Accountability Board, where some of the similar issues come up, that the groups like the Police Accountability Board and your task force were given a mandate to create some new thinking, some new change, not business as usual. And yet it seems these groups are having a hard time because city staff or the police somehow get control of the process more than our task forces or our Police Accountability Board. So I was really pleased last night that that group was seizing control of the process that they're supposed to be in charge of. And I'm sad to hear from the task force that it's been difficult for them to get the process that they expected, wanted, and were mandated to do, and that somehow the police or city staff prevent that from happening. So I just want to urge you, like the Police Accountability Board last night, to take control of a process that is entrusted to you, representing the community and the mandate from Measure II, and not stand strong and resist attempts to undermine your power and your mandate and what you're meant to be accomplishing. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have Kelly Hammergren. You should be able to speak.
Thank you for letting me speak, and thank you for the presentation. I just wanted to mention a podcast that I listened to. I listened today. It was recorded 2 days ago, and it is from Criminal Injustice. And the recording is an interview with journalist Rowan Moore Garrity, who just published in The Atlantic an alternative to police that police can get behind. And it is about Eugene, Oregon, and the Cahoots program. And I mention this because you had said just a little bit ago in this last discussion that you were given information about Portland, but this program, Cahoots, is in Eugene, not in Portland. And it's a very interesting discussion. I think it would be helpful for the work that you are taking on. So that's it, criminal, injustice, and the Atlantic.
Next speaker we have is Carol.
First, I am relieved that former Officer Fleming is gone, and I hope he hasn't gone to another police department. But I really want to focus on the mental health call. In addition to the ambulance not being there, the first thing I noticed was the handcuffs. And that was totally inconsistent with what I had just heard from a law enforcement, a police trainer who trains CIT at the CIT International Conference. In fact, he put up a policy from some police department that they redacted the name from, where they said in a mental health call, you must use handcuffs. He talked about how that shouldn't be done unless it's absolutely necessary. He raised the issue of what's been raised here of the flashing lights. Of when a police officer is following you for a traffic violation, what does that do? It raises the level of your anxiety. And there was a workshop on drop the knife, which it showed everything a police department was doing wrong on video. You don't escalate a situation. And again, this comes from a police officer saying you empathize, you show empathy. And they talked about how there should be a CIT officer on duty at all times on every shift who should command the situation when there is a mental health issue involved. I want to speak to the respite centers. Respite centers generally don't take people in crisis. They're a good community model, but they don't take people in crisis. But there are crisis stabilization units. Bend, Oregon has an excellent one that's a 23-hour unit. It takes people in crisis so that they don't go to a long-term facility and they don't go to a jail, and they've been excellent at diversion. There are community models throughout the country. Some of the workshops were on various community models, and there are even small nuances where many mental health officers even and non-police officers that do crisis respond bring therapy dogs with them. They ask for the permission, but they find that that's a bonding element, and that helps in mental health crisis. Thank you. There's a lot more to say, but thank you for letting me provide this comment.
Next public speaker is Audrey. Audrey, you should be allowed to talk.
Hi, can you hear me okay? Sorry.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. And thank you all for your questions and comments. Super appreciate it. And I also want to ask if you can and haven't already to send these questions to people in the community, especially the people that are the most impacted by police brutality. One question that was asked was what would you do what would you do if in terms of for the people, say someone was high, but they had drugs on them, which could be possibly a misdemeanor. My thoughts on that are to recommend the decriminalization of drugs, which would make it more helpful. I don't know how far your reach goes, but that was my recommendation on that. And then also I wanted to ask if you have a committee on people looking specifically into the communities and cities around the country that have actual working programs that have actually reimagined public safety. So I just want to ask if you already have a committee on that, because I hadn't heard from any. So, and if you hadn't, I recommend that, as well as bringing in or talking to experts that on that. I just want to highlight Zach Norris too. I'm sure there are a lot of other people, but so thank you so much for your time and appreciate all your questions and comments.
Thank you. I'll just say, one of the Nick Jr. reports, more or less gave us a quite a long list of different programs across the country. And then, we've had Luna and other folks who've written their own list of programs here in the Bay Area and across the country. So we do have some lists on those things, and subcommittees, it's not specifically named that, but are working on those things. So thank you for your comment.
Next public speaker is Moni Law.
Hi, I wanted to cede my time to Commissioner Jamaica Moon, who is representing our coalition, Berkeley Community Safety Coalition that I chair. She got bumped off as a panelist, and she had some comments to share from lived experience in Berkeley. Commissioner Moon, were you able to get back in on the regular line? She's trying to call back in from her phone. She's in South Berkeley trying to get in. Maybe I'll share her comments, but it's not my life experience, but it was hers, that she wanted to share the importance of things similar to what the comments that were made and Andrea Pritchard's suggestion about community not being policed, but by being community connecting, community supporting each other, and the city under writing that financially. So when she was young in Berkeley growing up, she said there was BYA, the Berkeley Youth Authority, and another group, YEP, I forgot the initials, but the acronym stands for Youth Organization in South Berkeley, where people were paid stipends for assisting, working, training in a very productive way that brought youth up in a way that was very nourishing and supportive and encouraging. That makes people safe when the family's connecting and being supported financially, emotionally, and otherwise. So she had more specifically on that, and I'm hoping the staff there can access her link to allow her back in, but she's trying very hard to get back into the meeting. So I was just hoping to cede time to her, but it sounds like she may be still unable to log in. She was in and then she got knocked out.
Yeah, I don't see her in either forum, so I'm not able to administer any rights right now because I don't see her pending anywhere right now.
Okay, she said her
apologies.
sister. Okay,
I will look out
I'll
for her.
ask her to keep. Thank you so much. She's still trying, so thanks.
Okay, I'll make sure she gets her time when she pops back in.
Appreciate it. Okay, that's it. Thanks.
Thank you. Next public speaker is Charlotte. You should be allowed to speak. You're on mute, Charlotte.
Hello, y'all can hear me? Hello?
Yes,
Oh.
we can hear you.
Okay, thanks. Hi, I just wanted to make a few comments. First of all, I wanted to sort of validate some of the concerns that I've heard people mention on the task force about the desire to see real alternatives instead of analyzing what's wrong, which is obviously really important. But I just wanted to say, in case people are not remembering this because you're in the midst of this challenging job, that there really are so many alternatives. And I know y'all have talked about them. But just for example, like someone mentioned harm reduction earlier and the question of how that would fit in. And just like, maybe someone might have addressed this, but one thing that comes up is when people are in crisis, they get funneled into these supposedly helpful hospitals and programs, and most of them you have to be sober. So that's just one example of where that would be essential to provide alternatives. And yeah, I have a lot to say about this. I've met some of the folks on this commission or on the task force. And I hope y'all are looking at like what Oakland has been researching on their task force. This is my first time listening in. And I don't know if it's been mentioned, but just to uplift the thing that Buna Chima said about a public information campaign that will like speak to people who might otherwise call the police. I talked to my family about this question and people always want to know like, what can we do instead? And I think if we could get those questions answered, get that information out there for people who might otherwise want to not call the police, but they don't know the options, that would be maybe a way to get some buy-in. Anyway, I'd love to reach out to you all with some research I've done in the past also about alternatives of all different kinds. So anyway, thank you for your work, and I encourage you, like others have said, to seek out those alternatives and look to the community, people with lived experience rather than the police. Thank you. Bye.
Chair Mazel, that appears to be it for public comment. Thank you.
Thank you. Any luck with getting Commissioner Moon back on?
No,
Okay,
she's not on either side of the shop, so I'm not
Okay.
sure what's happening with her access.
thank you. Okay.
What? How was it? No, not very good, but it's okay.
Oh, Jamika, can we mute Charlotte, please? Thank you. Okay, returning to where we were. Thank you for your patience, Mr. Spell. Appreciate it.
Of course, no problem. So as I was saying, essentially this calls for service report did not duplicate any of the auditor's work. And as some commissioners asked when we presented the alternate responses report about underlying data, really focusing around the time values, that's some of the information in this report. So, you know, we provided a basic analysis using NICJR's crime categorizations on the call types for BPD. And as everyone on this call already knows, majority of the calls are for lower level non-criminal type of calls. And as you can see here, around 80% of calls are for non-criminal type of or lower level type of call types. And once again, you know, this is the auditor's top 10 call types. We kind of discussed our CERN. You guys really know what the CERN is, and I'm going to talk a little bit more about it once we switch to the alternatives response discussion. But basically, we're recommending 50% of call types can be better served with an alternate response. And that's what this task force is really trying to focus on. What type of alternate responses can we implement, and how can we implement them? Excuse me. In table 3, you know, there's the 3 primary ways call types can be initiated. There are some other ways like a CHP, highway patrol transfer, and things like that. But these are the 3 primary ways. And these are the top 10 call types by type of initiation. And as I believe it was not Commissioner Lutzker, but someone was pointing out a lot of the officer initiated call types are traffic stops because officers are the only ones that can initiate those type of calls. And that's why non-criminal traffic is the biggest piece of that. And I know the task force is working on getting BERCDOT or some other alternate response, but we know the law has to change before that kind of thing can happen. Interestingly enough, the non-emergency line is the most used method as to how the citizens of Berkeley engage for the police department. And as you can see, the #1 call type people call for is a disturbance. Now, a disturbance can be somebody hanging out in front of your business, panhandling. It could be someone walking down the street, taking their clothes off, talking to themselves. It could be two people in the sidewalk yelling at each other. It could be a number of things. But that is the #1 reason why people in Berkeley call the non-emergency line. And you know, for the 911, it's pretty much for the same type of call type. So that's something to think about. The disturbance call category, which encompasses so many types of things. It's unfortunate that it's just called a disturbance because it's like a catch-all, but so many types of situations that happen in the city of Berkeley fall into that category. So here on table 4 here, you have the 4 call types. And mind you, these time values that you see before you are an undercount of the actual time that officers spend responding to events. And that's because there are numerous calls that have missing time values or erroneous time values. But it's a large enough sample to say, it's a large enough sample to pull the averages from. And as you'd expect, officers spend less time on non-criminal events as far as the average amount of time they spend per event, and they spend more time on violent felonies and non-violent felonies and serious violent felonies. But also, even though they spend less time for each non-criminal event, it's the majority of total officer time that's spent on non-criminal lower level types of call types. Excuse me. And you know, the recommendations we're making based upon this is that the alternative responses be developed for approximately 50% of call types. And I'm going to talk about the, you know, what that actually means and what we mean by that. So, you know, this section of the report here, the objective, scope, and methodology that you see before you, essentially outlines why NICGR does not use FBI UCR categorization when doing this type of work. And one of the primary reasons is to being able to compare jurisdictions. I remember Commissioner Hyde during the meeting said, well, how do we compare to other jurisdictions and things of that nature? And the FBI themselves, as you may know, tells people who use their data, their UCR data, to not use it to compare to other cities for numerous reasons. And that's the primary reason NICGR uses the non-criminal, misdemeanor, non-violent felony, and serious violent felony call types. It's because every state has non-criminal stuff, misdemeanors, non-violent felonies, and serious violent felonies. In addition to that, when we're engaging the community, some of the most impacted people and even non-impacted people have no idea what an FBI UCR is. So if I just say misdemeanor or non-violent felony, generally people can understand what we mean by that. And Table 5 defines those categories, and though they're pretty self-explanatory because they're based on the California Penal Code. Table 6 outlines the 5 time variables. Commissioner Lindheim was asking about, well, what time are you looking at? Well, these are the 5 time variables, and we used 2 of them primarily for this part of the report, which was the time an officer arrived on scene till the time they closed the call, and the time the call actually came in to when the call was closed. So as you remember, the data sets that the auditor used and NICGR received were slightly different. So we have a couple more thousand calls, unique calls over the study period. And once again, here in figure 1, you can see that the non-emergency line is the primary way people engage police services. So if that's the case, it shouldn't be too hard of a sell to have them use like a different number, as some task force members were suggesting, that like, well, who are we going to call if all we can call is the police? It seems like people in Berkeley are not calling 911, but would they call something else that doesn't have any police response given the opportunity to do so? So here again, it's basically the reiterating those top 10 call types and looking at these percent of events by category. There are appendices in the report that have a crosswalk and more detailed graphs of what, like for example, when you look at non-criminal, it breaks it out by year, or each of the categories, it breaks it out by year over that 5-year period. So table 8 here, and please excuse the formatting on my end. I believe you have a more clearly formatted version, but when you look at table 8, what should stand out to you is that when you look at officer initiated calls, and once again, this is because traffic is non-criminal call types, and majority of officer initiated calls are traffic calls. 98% of officer initiated call types are for like non-criminal stuff. And that's why there's such a large, there's a difference between 911 calls and non-emergency calls. This graph, it's pretty self-explanatory. I won't go over it. I am not aware. So here we have the number of responding personnel. I'm not aware of a specific BPD specific policy or anything that determines how many officers need to respond to a specific call type. But when you look at all the data across all events over all 5 years, the average number of officers responding to any call type is 2.4. And that's pretty in line with what we've been hearing from the public, the task force members, and others when they say, well, you know, they see 3 or 4 police officers at a homeless person call. And you know, this table here before you, table 9, breaks it out by year, by event, by category, and by year. And basically, no matter the call type, about 2 officers are responding. And as you can imagine, the more serious the call, the more officers show up. And that's year over year. But as you may also recall, BPD has also mentioned some challenges around staffing. And so when you look at 2018 and 2019, when on the serious calls, they have less officers responding. I just wanted to point that out. Now here, the time spent responding to calls. Once again, I went over the section on scene to close, when the officer arrives to when they leave. And the table below that is when the call comes in to when the officer leaves. There's a significant difference. And as you can see, we excluded calls that have missing times or erroneous time values. But this is the time information that was used to determine the CERN response, the alternate response report. And here again, we have the CERN categorization. And this is going to lead me into, I'm just going to go straight into the alternate response discussion and what those changes were. And then, you feel free to ask questions or any other discussion you feel led to have. I won't redefine what tier 1, 2, 2, 3, and 4 are, but just remember we're focusing on tier 1 and tier 2. But like when I talk about the alternate response and some of the changes in the implementation phase, we're thinking about not just all tier 1 call types as a first step, but taking a subset of those tier 1 call types in a pilot phase and assessing and working on that and building that out as you go and see how it works out. And I'll go into more detail about that. So, we have the default assignment, and then there's an arrest rate, which basically takes a default assignment and moves it to a different tier based upon the arrest rate, right? Because, for example, we have the warrant call, which is a non-criminal call type. Even though someone's being arrested for allegedly committing a crime and now there's a warrant for their arrest, because there's a high rate of arrests for warrant call types, we move that from a tier 1, which is a non-criminal type of thing, to a tier 4 because only officers can serve an arrest warrant, right? So that's what the arrest rate did. In this scatter plot, basically you can see most of the calls are clustered below 10%, but there are a few outliers. And those, when they are outside of the trigger rate, which is 10%, then we move it to a different tier. So and if you have questions more about the arrest rate, I'll be more than happy to reiterate. Excuse me. So, and then the final table here, table 14, is the alternate responses. And I just want to keep focusing and harboring on the alternate responses, really looking at tier 1 and 2, but as an initial step for the city and for you all to think about is a subset of tier 1 calls. And I'll identify what those tier 1 calls are exactly. And Appendix C, when you go to Appendix C, there are some call types that are not intuitive as to like why they would be non-criminal. So when you go to Appendix C, you can see the call type, and then there's an explanation as to why NICGR takes the position that this call type is a non-criminal call type, because police departments have their explanations and so on and so forth. And so we provided those for the non-intuitive call types. Excuse me. So I'm just going to stop sharing my screen there. And I'm just going to talk about the alternate responses report and the changes that were made to it, unless anyone has, other questions or thoughts that they want to immediately answer.
Could you please go back to the very last page you showed?
Absolutely.
It went very quickly.
Sorry. Yes,
I've seen it in the report, but there's something in there that I want to see.
Let me open that back.
Thanks.
Yes, ma'am. Sorry. PDF. Here we go. Last page you said? Okay. Oh, here we go. Yeah, as far as the key recommendations and data specific recommendations. So there is the recommendation of developing a clear mechanism for identifying mental health related calls, right? And I know that's a big deal, but it's also a very big challenge in the sense that you already know that the example I used before, a person's walking down the street, talking to themselves, taking off their clothes. Now, clearly, there is either a comorbidity situation going on with substance use mental health. There could be mental behavioral health. There could be just substance use. It could be any of these things. But when someone calls in, the dispatcher is going to be like, okay, it's a disturbance. They flag it as a disturbance. The officers get there, and clearly there's something going on, but there's no mechanism. I mean, there is a mechanism. There is a disposition code that an officer could put that, this person is 5150 or mental health related type of call. But what we're finding, and when we look at the data, is that that's just not happening. And I know people say, okay, well, it's a training issue. We want to train our officers to do this. Believe it or not, officers are among the most trained personnel in the world on so many things, and they're like trained to death. And so maybe training is not the issue. Maybe it's a function of changing the database and the system that officers are entering information into, that they can only go on to the next phase to finish their incident report by clearly identifying one thing or another. Now, with that being said, officers are not clinicians. They go through CIT training, they have that 40 hours, and then there's some departments that have enhanced CIT training, which is additional hours, but still they're not clinicians and they don't want to make those judgments. So they just don't. So that's why we made that recommendation for the mental health calls, because that disturbance likely is a mental health related call, but we just don't flag it as such. We also wanted to make sure that in the data, and it wasn't in the data we were provided, and maybe it's because that data is kept in IA Pro or Blue Team, which is like a use of force database that police departments use, which documents the use of force, but there's nothing in the CAD data, the call data, that says, okay, like the videos that we all saw, there's nothing in the CAD data that flags that call type as a call that had a use of force. So if you're just looking at CAD data, there's no way for you to know that. And then also, when you look at the data, and as you know, the auditor went through a rigorous process of trying to decode so many of the variables in the data, that it would be helpful if BPD made publicly available a data key, like for their disposition codes, for example, like unable to locate, gone on arrival, whatever it may be. They have these three character codes for these different disposition codes. And like the stop data, it's like a 6 alphanumeric code, and you need to like be able to decipher those things. So we just recommended to make sure that's publicly available. So as far as the alternate responses report, and I talked about the feedback we received, and we're very appreciative of that, highly appreciative of that. So we added a couple of things here, but we added an implementation piece, and the pilot program, which is taking a subset of those tier 1 calls and essentially using that in order to figure out what logistical or practical challenges the city, the police department, and the service providers are going to experience as they build this out. And those call types are, there's disturbances, just general disturbance, noise disturbances, the suspicious calls, and there's 3 of them: the suspicious person, the suspicious circumstance, and the suspicious vehicle. Traffic related calls for service that don't require a law enforcement response, like abandoned vehicle blocking driveways, inoperable vehicles, found and lost property calls, and some of the other, as they call it in law enforcement, the cold calls, or the report calls, where you come out, your car was broken into, there's no one there, you have a broken window, all you need is a report. And so we don't need a sworn officer with a gun to come and take that report. Anyone could take that report. It could be another city employee. It could be a number of things. But those are the call types that we're recommending for this pilot phase. And once that pilot phase is implemented, you can assess and see what have response times been impacted. Are problems being solved faster for when people need to make a report? How often? Because in tier 1, it's no law enforcement response. But part of the implementation plan that we talk about is there needs to be a direct line of communication between the community responders and the police department's dispatch. So when you're running this pilot phase, how often does the dispatcher assess it as a tier 1, only dispatches a community responder, but then how often does the community responder, when they get there, say, you know what, we need law enforcement. We need law enforcement here. So you can assess those types of things. You can also assess, other measures like how it impacts the budget, the other staffing implications, and things of that nature. So, and then, if things are working, they can be expanded over time. But with that implementation, it's the phased approach, right? Because the NICGR anticipates the hiring freeze and natural attrition will reduce the number of sworn officers. as we build this system out. And then how that money is reallocated, moved around, and things like that, that would be something the city handles with community input, hopefully. So, and as that alternate response, as it's built out, hopefully BPD can focus more on solving some of the other, like increasing their clearance rate in particular, with a top priority on gun crimes and other violent types of crimes. So we added that in the alternate responses report, and we also added the implementation plan. So those are the key changes in the alternate responses report. And I won't take up any more of your time, and I'll be ready for discussion and questions, anything you have.
Thank you. Commissioners, any questions on the calls for service or alternative response reports here? Commissioner Fine.
I just want to know when we're going to get this updated report with the implementation plan.
Oh, I'm sorry, Commissioner Fine. I thought you all had it in the packet that was provided.
Oh, okay. So there's not another one.
There's not another one that has like, what type of radio should we use? What kind of training do dispatchers get? Should dispatch be housed with BPD or the fire department? There's not an implementation plan that has that level of detail, if that's what you're asking.
Are we going to get one like that?
Commissioner Fine, Mr. Chair, Commissioner Fine, at this time, I do not believe there will be that level of detail report provided by NSCGR.
Okay, any other questions? Commissioner Lutzker.
Thank you, Mr. Chappell. That was really helpful. So in fact, it was me who was asking about the tier 1 officer initiated items. So yes, I totally understand that the majority of officer initiated tier 1 events are traffic stops, but about the same number are not traffic related. So it's like 40, I'm looking at the auditor's report. Like, I know you aren't using exactly the same data set, but I think it's probably pretty close. There were 44,000 traffic stops that she pointed out, but then like security check, that's your second one, and that's not, about 15,000. There's pedestrian stops, which are actually mostly not traffic related, and the state law prohibition is on enforcing California Vehicle Code. And so I don't know about the 2015 to 2019, but I was able to look at the RIPA data at pedestrian stops, and a very small proportion of those are related to California Vehicle Code. Most of those are related to like open containers, loitering in parks, these sorts of like criminalization of homelessness and poverty issues. So there are these tier 1, there are many, so we know that we have to, we're working on BERC data and state law for both traffic stops, bike stops, and then the small proportion of PED stops that are actually California Vehicle Code related. But I once again kind of ask, what is the proposal for how we can have CERN, non-police response to these officer-initiated events? How do we just eliminate them? Do we just say we are not going to do these at all and officers are not going to be looking? Because right now, the only people out on the streets who are looking for, doing security checks, the only people who are doing these pedestrian stops are the police. So is there a proactive element to like SCU, to CERN, to these sorts of things? And if so, then we just say officers who are patrolling the streets right now, we just stop doing that and we stop doing officer initiated stops. I guess I'm wondering if you can elucidate that a little bit further.
Yes, Mr. Chair, Commissioner Lusker, the term elucidate has been used quite frequently this evening, and I've learned what it means this evening, although I didn't know before. Considering that, I remember Ms. Pritchett was mentioning NICGR's recommendation about SEU and like dealing with mental health calls and things of that nature. Currently, it's not exactly 100% crystal clear as to what type of calls SEU will be responding to, but I can say that having the police not do a pedestrian stop, for example, or not do a bike stop, for example, is something that the city, the task force need to really consider amongst one another, right? That's really, NICGR is here to bring the general larger ideas, and the nitty gritty is pretty much what you're asking me for. Like, how is this going to happen? Are we going to stop doing these call types? Well, I can honestly say that we don't know if Berkeley is going to decide to stop making pedestrian stops, because pedestrian stops, as a matter of fact, have a high rate of arrest, much higher than 10% of the time when people are getting stopped, they're getting arrested. Not to say that they shouldn't be arrested or they should be arrested. It's just that it's a call type that has a high rate of arrest. So that would be something for the task force in the city to determine as to whether or not that kind of, that if that should be done or not done. I can't opine on what the city of Berkeley or what the task force should do. And so many jurisdictions are tackling that very question. What should we do? How should we do that? If we do this, is it the right thing? Is it the wrong thing? And unfortunately, I don't mean to be evasive or not answer your question, but that's really the answer that I need to provide, because I don't like being evasive. And so I'm not doing it on purpose. It's just because we don't know.
No, I appreciate that. And I guess I think that that's something that we all really need to think about, because there's this kind of, like, just as a task force, there's this dispatching element, which we is pretty clear in our in our list of tasks to consider, and that works well for the 911 and non-emergency calls. But we do, as a body, really need to think about how we want to handle these officer-initiated calls that may not be traffic stops, because that falls into state law, and it is something that I think we're trying to do advocacy on at the state level, but that's a little bit different than these other things. Just a quick question. So, Mr. Chavez, you said that the pedestrian stops have a high rate of arrest. You said over 10%, but I thought that things that were over 10% got bumped out of tier 1. Can you just clarify?
Yes, I have to look at my data, but it might have been bike stops, actually. It was one of the two kinds of stops.
Okay, although those are both still under tier 1 in your listing. So I guess that would be helpful to know.
Okay. If you just give me a moment, I'll get back to you and double check that.
That's fine. Yeah. And then just, I know you're looking, but just one other quick point on I believe it's now I'm getting confused with all the reports, but there's the one where there's like the listings of all the categories and who might respond to them. And then it gives examples. And I do just want to say, in that chart, I would just recommend that from the draft report to now, that in the traffic category, the only example listed is abandoned vehicles, which seems like a really strange singular example to be listed in the traffic category, given how outsized the number of traffic stops there are, and also the fact that there are many bike stops. I just wonder if you might also be open to adding, other types of traffic violations into the traffic category other than abandoned vehicles.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Lusker, so I forgot to precede this before I started. The pilot, the subset of calls that we're proposing are just a suggestion. They are not like concrete. It's just a suggestion. So really, the task force has the liberty to decide what calls the task force thinks should be in the pilot of tier 1 type calls.
Sorry, so that table, I guess I just didn't understand that this was just a suggestion for a pilot, because I didn't see that. I'm looking at
I'm sorry, I
table
just want to make sure
11 or something.
Is the same table of the same report as you?
Gosh, I don't know. I made comments on the previous version, but I did look at the current one and I did notice that still there was quite a bit of that the only thing in traffic was, but it is possible. And it is possible that it's just for the pilot, but it wasn't clear to me that that's the case. So if you could just review that, make sure that it's clear that anytime that abandoned vehicle is the only thing that shows up in the traffic category, that's really specifically just for the pilot, that would be great.
Yeah, for the pilot, the only ones are abandoned vehicle, vehicle blocking driveway, and inoperable vehicle. Those are the three traffic for the pilot, because it's only traffic calls that don't require law enforcement response. To your point about if it's a vehicle code violation, then it wouldn't be in there. As far as a moving violation.
Okay, great. Yeah, I'm just trying to figure out what table it's from. Table 12.
Table 12 of which report?
And maybe, sorry, and I think Commissioner, no, I think maybe it's something that we can handle, and I'm looking at the time too, and maybe.
Yeah, no, that's fine. I don't want to get into it too much, but if you can just be really clear, because there's like category and subcategory, but it's never clear where it's pilot or not. So that would just be helpful. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Lester. I'll be sure to follow up and circle back with you to close the loop on that, so I can understand exactly what you're saying.
Any Commissioner Malvido?
Thank you so much for the report and the conversation. I guess something that's coming to mind just from this conversation that Commissioner Lester had was, I'm really curious. What is some of the feedback that you're looking for from the task force on the report? Like, what are some of the areas that you would like us to, some of the, like you mentioned earlier, that some sections are suggestions, but I'm wondering, what if there was a bit more facilitation or guidance on like what we should be focusing on, so that we can have more of a position, sort of a precise discussion on the subject, even now here as task force members that are present. I'm just wondering, what is some guidance that you can give us that would be helpful?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Malvido, I think the task force provided that level of feedback in their comments. Some of it was just general comments. Some of it was requests for what really everyone's requesting is like a various level, a specific level of detail that literally, handholds the process and outlines every step and every little thing of how to do this and what to implement. So we're just looking for general feedback, thoughts, and that's what we received. So I didn't think there was anything that we didn't get that we were looking for.
Yeah, I think this was a follow-up to sort of having presented it before, and a lot of the feedback we got from commissioners having read it over August. And so I think this was to sort of share what we implemented from the feedback as well. And then if I can follow up with Commissioner Fine's question about implementation plan, there will be a more detailed implementation plan in the final report. That has some resources and financial and organizational impacts and things like that. So there won't be another version of the alternative responses report, but there will be more detailed implementation included in the final report, if that's helpful. But did that help, Commissioner Malvido, as well?
Yeah, thank you.
Commissioner Fine.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I mean, I submitted feedback yesterday, so I don't know if you got it. This is Margaret Fine.
Commissioner Fine, I have not received any feedback.
I wrote a 6-page memo on your reports, and I mean, I have a lot of questions right now, but I think you need to read that memo. I'll send it to you. It went to the task force, but I guess it needs to go to you because it has pretty fundamental questions that are really well documented in your report. And now that I'm hearing about this implementation plan, I definitely have some questions.
Yeah, and I'll make sure that Amir has it. I think between yesterday and today, I don't think any of that could have been implemented into the report itself, but we definitely will, that will be shared with Amir. And if it doesn't go into this specific piece of the report, again, it will be applied to the final report, but we'll definitely look at that again.
Oh, you did get it then?
I think I did, and I will check, and I will check in with you if I did not.
Commissioner
Yes,
Fine,
yes, they should have received it.
is that the
Commissioner
one that
Fine.
has the RDA attachments to it?
Yes. No, it considers your reports and RDAs, but I'm asking partly because some of the questions are recommendations as to how we deal with our emergency and non-emergency dispatch, questions regarding whether it should be in the police department. How do you look at mental health and substance use calls? What is the criteria? I mean, I had a lot of questions that are fundamentally important to the implementation plan. And right now I'm hearing that you may not be advising on that. So I'm trying to understand get some clarity around it.
Yes, no, we will, and I think, I mean, we will be adding an implementation plan, and we will, and Amir and I can go over your email again, and your report, and look at what your specific recommendations are and requests, and then we can respond to you we can respond to the task force in email too if there are any questions that we have, but we will definitely look at it and include it include those in the final report.
Okay, there's 7 recommendations and they're fully written out.
Yeah.
Commissioner Hyde.
Thanks, everyone. And I know it's late. I know that there's been a lot of work, but for Cheryl and Amir, when the final report comes out that you're talking about, 2 questions. Approximately when are you anticipating what's your target date for the final report that includes Margaret, Commissioner Fine's feedback and other details?
So the first draft of the final report will be submitted to the city and the task force by the end of October. And that is a draft. So that is intended for these kind of fruitful discussions and feedback and additional recommendations that come from that. And then we will have the town halls. And then the final, my understanding is that the final to be submitted to the city council will be in, I believe it's November or December. So we will have time between the end of October to work with the task force on additions, questions, and additional recommendations.
Great, that's really helpful to know. So 2 requests that I'd like to add for that final draft report for October. One thing I didn't see, and I apologize because I haven't read the entire report that's come through that Amir just took us through, but what I didn't see were any metrics and measurements for how to, maybe at a 6-month mark or at a 12-month mark, what we would like success to look like with an implementation. And you know, I think that we could fall into a trap of measuring too many things. And so what are the crucial things? What crucial changes would we like to see in such an implementation? So that's one thing that I would really, really appreciate, is understanding what we're going to measure to know if this implementation is effecting change that we'd all like to see in the city of Berkeley. Well, I can't remember the second thing I wanted to ask for, so sorry about that. Margaret, I did want to thank you for the very detailed input that you wrote up. I haven't had a chance to read that yet either. Oh, my second request would be, will there be a chance to deeply correlate the work and reports that RDA have produced and it's so tightly interwoven, and the suggested implementation that we'll have from a dispatch standpoint. So I know that could take a long time, and it feels really important that there be deep conversation amongst lots of, the folks who will be implementing this, to make sure that this isn't in a silo, and that we're well covered in the city of Berkeley for an implementation change that will impact other departments and groups.
Now you want me to remember all of the things that you just said, right?
And let me reduce it. Metrics and measurement, and a deep conversation where it's that your work is correlated with the RDA work.
Yeah, and I think my answer about metrics and measurements, I think there are some elements of that we can offer, but to Amir's point about, we don't know what the city council will agree to do in a CERN, right? So some of the things about the details of what should be tier 1, what should be tier 2, there are elements that the city of Berkeley, that this task force, the community needs to work through about what specifically the city will approve to do, right? And so from there, some of the metrics and measurements need to be determined by the community, right? We can give some recommendations in some of the broader scope, and I think Amir mentioned some of them too, right? Is looking at how this impacts response times with police officers, how this impacts arrest rates, and things like that. And so I think there are some general recommendations that we can make around metrics and measurements, but some of that will come in the process of really defining the CERN.
Absolutely. I was just commenting that I hadn't seen it. Amir talked about some, but I hadn't seen anything in writing in the report that we got in today's packet. So I just wanted to understand, is that going to be included in the October draft report? We'd like to hear what you would recommend, that an implementation that you're suggesting, what kind of changes would be at the top of the list that you think that where would we see the bigger changes for the city of Berkeley? We can take it from there. Absolutely.
Right.
Agreed. And then you were going to give some other thoughts on the correlation work with the RDA report.
Yeah. So again, I think that there is some of that is some of what needs to be the ongoing work. I think there is, to your point, that takes a lot of detailed correlation between what the SCU becomes, and then what are the recommendations that are approved by the city council from this task force. And so some of that work is going to have to be moved forward, but I do agree with you that there are some recommendations that can be put in place that say we want that correlation to happen, right? That there are some recommendations that can call on the city to create this pathway, this collaborative effort in a sustainable, supported way. So yes on both, but they're both a little bit limited in what our scope can be and what will be the task of the community moving forward.
Thank you.
Commissioner Lindheim.
Hi, thank you for all of this. I'm curious to what extent you guys have bounced off this final version or this draft version or whatever the version is the right way to characterize it with BPD. And given that things move slowly in institutions, and given that BPD will have some voice, presumably they're not going to just disappear. I'm curious what kind of reaction they may have had, or what kind of conversations you've had with BPD about the tier 1 and whether that's feasible from their point of view, or whether they've come and said, man, that's a really cool idea, but in the real world, I just don't know see how to make it happen. And I'm just curious what kind of responses you might have gotten, or whether you've really tested this with them. Because one of the things I've been asking for is, I'd like a response from BPD as to what you guys saying, because I have some of my own ideas about what makes or doesn't make sense. But in the world of Berkeley and BPD, it's going to be BPD who's going to be able to have more power and authority and more voice with the city manager as to how these things are might play out. And I'm just sort of curious what kind of reaction, if any, you've gotten so far.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Lindheim. So yes, we have met with the chief and other BPD personnel, sworn personnel, and we discussed the tier assignments on the call types. And there are some that they agreed upon, and there were some that we agreed to disagree. So that they have been, briefed and spoken to about the assignments of call types and the tiers.
Well, what I'm actually more interested in is not so much the assignment of the tiers as to what are the operational issues. So one big issue that frequently comes up, at least from a police point of view, is, yeah, certain calls can be handled in a non-police way once you know what they are. But what police frequently will say is, until police get there, police don't know what it is. Now, one of the things that I found fascinating about your report is you're sort of flipping the script. You're saying, hey, let's send non-police to check out the situation. Because if we could just send non-police to tier one, and tier one is a large percentage of the calls, then basically the people who are going to check things out are going to be non-police under that model. But I could just see police pushing back and say, well, yeah, you might be right about what's tier one, and the police don't need to be there for tier one. But at what point does somebody know that something in fact is non-criminal or won't be criminal or won't require police? And it's that kind of feedback that I'm sort of curious whether you've had with BPD or not.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Commissioner Lindheim. So all police departments across the nation give the reasoning that you just laid out for, we don't know what it's going to be. Well, as a matter of fact, sir, when you look at police data over time, you do know what it's going to be. You do know what the probability of a call type being something. Now, as police departments normally do, they use the outlying situation away from the bulk of the distribution as an example to justify their means. That's usually the approach they take. Well, what about this? What if this? This can happen. But when you look at the police data over time, you have an initial call type, you have a final call type, and you have the dispositions associated with them. So over 5 years, if you take a disturbance call, for example, and over 5 years, 85% of the time, it was nothing other than just a general disturbance, then you can pretty confidently say that it's okay to send even a tier 2 if you felt like it, where the CERN is leading, but the officer is present. If you don't feel comfortable sending just the community responder, you can confidently say that 85% of the time, you don't need a law enforcement response. And that you can do that with every single call type and look at the probability of how calls come in, how they change, how often they change, and what they actually end up being. Now, with that being said, you're always going to have the what if this or we don't know this, but we kind of do know, because you can look at the data over time and have probabilities that are pretty good to rely on. But yes, there's always going to be the situation that's like, well, it's not what it seemed, or it went south really quick. That's always going to happen. That's like the nature of police work. But you can say with some level of confidence that you do know what's going to happen. So, and when you know that, in implementing CERN and trying to train a dispatcher as to what tier to put a call in, if you clearly see that this type of call type over this period of time, this often is this, then you can have a general idea of where to dispatch people or or who to dispatch.
So do you have a sense of where there is agreement and where there is disagreement? Is there anything that you can?
Yeah, yes, sir. We can agree. When I say we, I mean BPD and what this task force and what NICGR is recommending. What we can agree on, there is a subset of call types that BPD personnel don't want to answer, and they're more than happy to let some other kind of response and deal with the call type. But as we are all working towards here, what that is and how that goes is the question. And BPD's primary concern is, as they always say, is people's safety. So, you know, there are areas of agreement. I don't know if Lieutenant McGee wants to say anything.
Yeah, I can address this. Actually, the chief was not able to be here tonight, but I do have a response from her to this report. If I could just go ahead and read it. It says the positive she sees in the report is that it identifies a system, which I think most or all of us would say is a good idea. There's several different types of responses available: police, mobile crisis, fire EMT, etc. These responses can function as a team when appropriate, with one or more members taking the lead as the specific situation dictates. This works, and we do it currently. Actually, it is the mobile crisis team. It's understaffed and not as robust as it could be, and the system-wide next steps to go to a long-term solution are not built up. The problem with the report is that it specifically identifies police as not needed, desired, properly involved in many of the situations the community calls for our help and want or is entitled to an enforcement response, or which may require an on-scene assessment by the police officer to determine the appropriate response. It supposes that if identified misdemeanors are occurring, no enforcement or police resources are appropriate, even though we know that some lower level offenses are precursors to crimes to larger issues, for example, domestic violence, or that police response at a misdemeanor call can often prevent escalation. It removes and denies our ability to assess the best approach, oversimplifies what can be ascertained from an initial call for service, and does not take into account the needs of the community for resolution of problems and adequate assistance. And even going more so, I think, Mr. Lindheim, you kind of touched on it, the having this, the call for service, we talked about, I think, from one of the initial meetings, like, how do we know? I know initially one of the meetings, we talked about how do we know when it's a 5150 call? I think this model puts a lot onto dispatchers to know what the penal code is, and that's not their job, and to know what the penal code is in determining what the tiered response is going to be.
Commissioner Lindheim, to answer your question.
Finished by one thing. I mean, real world, we're a commission with no power and authority. And we're going to make recommendations to a political process that's going to be informed by the value of what we say, the value of reports, and what actors in the community, including BPD, are going to say. And I think it behooves us and behooves this process to at least detail as closely as possible what some of, let's just say, the back and forth in terms of what's the right answer are going to be. And it may be that we say, okay, BPD has made these comments, but we side with Nick Jr. and we really think that, I don't want to put in these terms, but it's late, that we'll take the risk of because we think that change is more important than some of these other concerns. But it may be that the council or somebody else, whoever's going to make these decisions, is going to say, no, we're going to side with BPD. And I just think from our point of view, it's really important to delineate some of these issues where there is disagreement and try to drill down as much as possible as to the nature of that so that decision makers can make a decision, including ourselves, in terms of how we come out on particular issues. I mean, the issue of dispatch to me is a very, very large issue. It's a non-trivial issue. And how we're going to get there. But the retort I think that Amir would make is that most of these calls come into non-emergency police lines, to non-911. And so by definition, those calls already have been determined, at least by the caller, not to be, needing police. And so the only real question, it would seem, is the 911 calls for tier 1, that those might be in question, but it's not obvious to me that the non-emergency ones are particularly in question. So I just think we just have to define some of these things and say, okay, this is where there are potential areas of agreement. This is where there are areas of disagreement. This is what the nature of the disagreement is, ... And then we have something. Anyway, that's enough for right now.
Commissioner Fine.
I'm not going to get too deep in this, but I am really interested in the analysis piece of this. And this is like an example of it. You know, the National Institute did a list of the different models that are out there for non-crisis response in the first report, the new and emerging policing and community safety models, and RDA did it too. But the fact of the matter is it's not a comparative analysis, and it doesn't go over all the components of these different models and look at what might be a good possibility for Berkeley. And even within that, unpack it in a way when you're looking at dispatch. And our dispatch is really based on more of a risk assessment lens than a crisis triage non-police response lens. And it's this level of analysis that I really expect some kind of feedback on. And I'm sorry, I couldn't get what I did done until yesterday, but I think there are going to be things we don't agree on with the police, some we do agree on, but I think we have to put the analysis in there. And that it's not an either or proposition, but it has to be finessed with some nuance and some complexity so that we have a real meaningful discussion that results in implementation.
Thank you for that point. And I mean, I would just add, to what we've said here. I mean, for the 50% of call types with no penal code involvement, there's no entitlement of any citizen to enforcement by BPD. Things that deal with 5150s in the health code actually can be enforced by other people other than police, but it's just not traditionally how we see it. So half the calls, there's no entitlement at all to citizens in Berkeley. And considering that more than half the calls are made on the non-emergency line, as Commissioner Lindheim pointed out, citizens aren't even thinking, I would assume, aren't even thinking that these calls are so serious or so urgent as to require an immediate armed response. And what can't be calculated in any of these reports is the risk of continuing to dispatch police to various types of calls, which increases the risk to individuals in tons of calls and increases the chance of incarceration, which increases the risk and turns the cycle, increases the odds of more crime in the future. So those risks aren't calculated in this report, but they're there. And I think we have to make sure we're thinking about that as we continue this work. Commissioner Malvito.
Thank you. Yeah, I think the analysis is 100% really important, especially to me, what sort of stuck out in the chief's response was, that it is police officers who often determine if there is a crime happening, and if there is like an instance of potential escalation, that they're there to sort of deal with it. But I think something to discuss is, in the previous Copwatch discussion that we were just all having, many people feel as though police presence is often what escalates the situation to something further. And what's making me think, in addition to what the calls for service might look like from dispatchers and police, and like the police and those institutions, is mostly right now the community engagement aspect of this, and like how this will translate into something that's easily digestible and actionable by the community who's not privy to these conversations that we're all having now. Like, how can we make this feeling of calling the police? I mean, as we saw, that overwhelmingly most of the calls are not for anything violent. They're really just disturbances. They're issues that people just need help dealing with, or rather don't know or have the training to deal with themselves. So if we're thinking about implementing a system like this, like I would like us to think about like what that would look like from the consumer end, that would create a level of confidence that whatever it is that they're calling this CERN for, whatever that number might be, that things would get resolved in a peaceful manner. Because I think, I don't know, this might just be my gut feeling. I don't have any data to support it, but from my even my own personal experience, when people have called the police, it's because they're trying to solve a problem in the immediate, whether it's a big one or a small one. And to some degree, I can acknowledge that police presence in some situations is helpful in preventing crime, but ultimately, like what we're discussing here is like the reimagining process and all the factors that are not part of the calls for service, but rather the triaging, right? Like the systems that sort of support a system like CERD potentially that could go into play. So sorry for the ramble, but I also say I am really curious to see what the public might think about this. Like what a system like this, how it would work, how would these calls be processed, what numbers would they call, who would be on the other line, what languages would be available, those kinds of things that oftentimes can be barriers for some certain communities to accessing these kinds of services. Because we might just end up implementing CERN and just get the same result in that communities of color or who are mistrustful of police will just never use the line, but we'll have like more privileged white affluent communities use this line often for whatever reason, just as they use 911 and the non-emergency calls. So I'm just curious and wanting to see maybe how this discussion can go on with the task force and maybe like picking this a little bit more as we have it in front of us now.
And Commissioner Malvino, you raise an interesting point that I think can go into the discussion on the implementation of CERN is what is the cultural competency of and the cultural awareness of these dispatch, the dispatchers, right, as that are working on CERN. Are there ways to mitigate or to fill in some of that gap of under-resourced communities not calling? What are some of the things, and maybe that's part of a town hall discussion about what are some of the things that could help our vulnerable communities want to access an alternative number or feel safer accessing an alternative number.
Commissioner Lentine.
So I just have one other question. Does the report, I didn't look at the latest version. I looked at the one prior. Do you look at what it would take to staff by replacing police with somebody else to respond to the tier 1, and what that staffing might look like and how long it might take to get that staffing? I mean, cities take forever to hire people, and whether these would be city staff or nonprofits or how these, I mean, the easy thing right now, and it's obviously not a good thing from most people's perspective, but the easy thing for dispatch is call a cop because that's all they have to call. But if we're going to start replacing that response with non-officers, then the question is, how do we begin this process of staffing up this alternative mechanism for handling these responses? And, you know, I don't know as much about Berkeley as other places, but it takes a long time for cities to hire people. And it takes cities a long time to even prove contracts. So I just wonder if any thought's been given into how you get from here to there. Let's assume, for the sake of argument, that everything that what you're saying makes perfect sense. How do we get from here to there?
Yeah, and I think I think that goes along with Commissioner Hyde's question about some of the implementation, some of the how we do this questions, and we can in the final report include some general recommendations on that. And I think there are some general recommendations again about a sustainable financial investment, right, that allows for this staffing to happen. And so we can again offer some recommendations from the work that we're doing, but it will also have to be continued and have to be something that the city will have to work together on to see what the city council will approve, right? So there is again, to like Commissioner Hyde's question, there is a little bit of a yes and. Yes, we can offer some recommendations for how to do that. And then the task force and the city will have to agree on what is possible and what can be done and how quickly.
Thank you. Okay. Any other questions, commissioners? Commissioner Ejigu.
Thank you. I guess I kind of want to go back on something that was brought up from the first presentation by Copwatch, and that's about reconciliation. I think that, I mean, we've established time and time over that there's a lot of responsibility on police officers placed on them, and maybe responsibilities that they take on that could better or otherwise be placed on others. But there is a definite need for reconciliation, for healing, for rebuilding of trust between our law enforcement and the community, and I think we've touched on a number of goals, but this is one that really needs to be brought to the forefront, in my opinion. So whether that means that we as a task force have to kind of push our consultants on helping us frame that, if we push the Berkeley PD on framing that as well, because that is something that would go a long way in our community. I guess that's all I have to say. But that is, in my opinion, should be a top priority, because I don't see much more being productive without trust between law enforcement and community. And even when it comes to, I don't want to say taking away jobs from what the police officers are doing and putting that, and hiring others to do those jobs. I think that those jobs are already in place in our community and many community-based organizations. And we need to lean on those who know best. But there also needs to be a lot of reconciliation between the community to trust law enforcement as well, and vice versa.
Yes, thank you, Commissioner. I guess I just wanted to add briefly, and again, we'll hopefully have a large discussion at another meeting about all of this. I don't know, I guess for me, in my experience, I don't know what a reconciliation process would do, to be quite honest, just in terms of the documented history of the department. I mean, I can tell you from my experience on the mayor's working group that, for instance, the union had been invited to participate to figure out how to get rid of racial disparities and stops and searches in the city, something you would think they would care about. They didn't participate. They didn't say anything until the report came out. And then they wanted to complain about it and make claims that were outlandish. And to me, this seems to be the cycle with especially police unions, that they'll participate if and when they like. You try to do positive stuff, they don't. And then once you try to come out with a good product, then they will complain and say that you're trying to threaten public safety, because that's the talking point line. And I don't know, I'll stop there, because I could go probably along his side about it. But, to some level, I feel like an apology at this point would be probably disingenuous, because now we're at the point where change might actually happen. There might actually be a shift. So now would be the time to apologize if you don't want the shift to happen. But that's just my 2 cents.
Well, pardon me if I'm speaking out of turn,
though
it was like first in the proposals for public safety by Copwatch for truth and reconciliation. And then when I think it was Commissioner Malvito who asked for some kind of elaboration on that, I didn't hear any clear answer as to what exactly that proposal would look like.
Okay, yeah. Well, we should definitely, again, contact Andrea if she has any other ideas on that. So we are at a different item now. So any other questions, commissioners, for Mr. Chappelle? Seeing none, we'll go ahead and move on. Thank you, the junior, Chappelle, Cheryl. I truly appreciate it. Certainly this will continue to be a working process, as you both know. But I know it's a lot of work on the back end, so thank you for all of that.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Okay, moving to our last item, I believe. Sorry, y'all, I'm lost in my agenda here. Okay. Given the time, I'll start really with the most pertinent item is to discuss potential for additional meetings in September and October. Given the timeline, I really think as a task force, I think the general consensus is we want to get to work and we want to have these discussions amongst ourselves. It would really be conducive to add more meetings to do that. Hopefully one this month and one in October, in addition to what's already scheduled. And I believe, I'm sorry, but do we have the draft dates on that? I think it was on, you're muted.
The October meeting?
Yes.
The first one, I don't remember.
Okay, let me get the calendar.
They're always the certain Thursday of the month, second
Yeah,
Thursday of the
so
month. So
shouldn't be too hard to figure out.
October 14th, October 14th.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so do we have a meeting currently scheduled on October 14th?
Your regular meetings are scheduled the second Thursday of each month.
Okay,
So that's your regular
that'll
meeting.
already be one. Okay, I guess let's start with September then. Could we do a meeting on the 23rd? And do task force members have any opinion on that?
I think, is that the fourth Thursday? In September?
It's the Mental Health Commission meeting.
Yeah, that's what I was going to bring up.
Yeah.
Which that means like 4 commissioners won't be here, or 3, 4.
And then you have, I think, believe
Yeah.
transportation is on that Wednesday.
Yeah.
Which I believe would be maybe 1 or 2.
No, we cannot.
What about, so it looks like we got extra Thursday in September on the 30th.
Yeah.
Do it. Because then the next one will be 2 weeks, October 14th.
Yeah.
And the other reason we want to get have 2 meetings is because there's still many groups that we want to hear from. So we can start scheduling those for the full task force if we have a date. Because whenever we call people and say we want you to come and present, they want to know when. So if we did 30th and then the 14th and then something towards the end of October. My question is, Shamika, to you, in terms of staff capacity and also, I've been listening really carefully. And for me, in both reports, the RDA and the Nick Jr. report is like, where is that factor where I can say, I get it, I know what will work for Berkeley, I know where the money can be taken from and what it should be put towards. None of those discussions are happening in either of the reports. It's here's how the rest of the world is doing it, and you could take, you could do this or you could do that, but it's not based on any reality in Berkeley. The survey didn't give us the kind of information we thought we were going to get. So community input into this process has been pretty minimal. And when I looked at the numbers of how many people have attended the total listening sessions, you can't base recommendations on comments of 35, 40 people in the community. And this might not be the word to use, but there is no wow factor in this. I'm not learning anything new, folks. And if you are, so I'm very disappointed with at least the level of simplicity, or maybe, the consultants think that they're only going to give us what the money that's in the contract will buy. So it's like, let's just give them these recommendations and then keep saying, but then it's going to be up to you, but then it's going to be up to you. But if we're not getting the level of, of their thinking and their expertise, makes me think that maybe this whole system of reimagining, as the Nick Jr. team is talking about, it's will take us 3, 4, 5, 6 years. And then when I look at SCU, and it's like, okay, so if SCU even takes 40% of the calls that now go into non-emergency, what will the cost of that be? We're not imagining an SCU that'll be present, that there'll be 5, 6, 7 cars present 24/7, that they can respond to all the non-emergency calls that come in at all times of day and night. So that level of analysis is still missing. At least for me, it's missing. But I might be looking at this from a very different lens. And I think we need to get clear about what more we need. Who do we need it from? Do we want to, talk to other people in the police department that are not the top echelon? I mean, something has to shift here for us to actually start making serious recommendations that will be taken by the mayor and the council as, okay, the task force is making its recommendations based on the excellent work of our consultants. And if the work isn't excellent, then how are we supposed to make excellent recommendations?
Okay, I'm gonna make a motion to add a meeting on September 30th and October 28th to our current meeting schedule. And hopefully I get a second, because I don't want us to lose quorum or.
Seconded.
Thank you. Is there any discussion on the dates, and then we can go back?
Well, that's the fourth Thursday. So is that the same day as the Mental Health Commission, Commissioner?
Yes, it is.
Yeah. So that's a conflict. So that day won't work.
We said September the 30th.
October.
I was trying to find the day in October.
Sorry.
The October date will pose a conflict for everyone. Well, for a lot of you, 3 of you, I think.
Yeah, we don't have to set that tonight. I think we could send something out asking commissioners if a couple of dates, what will work best, and see if we can get quorum.
Well, let's do that for the October meeting then.
Yeah.
And
Can
I'll
we
just
orchestrate that sooner than later, only because of staff time, in the interest of me right now. So if we could sort of send that out sooner than later. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Okay, so let me just motion to schedule a meeting for the September 30th. And then we can continue our discussion here. Yeah, thank you.
I'm sorry, I didn't catch the second.
It's Abby.
Abby, thank you, Abby. Commissioner Fine?
Yeah, now that we're talking about the next meeting's agenda, I mean, I want to suggest that dispatch is on that agenda and that we bring in people.
Fine,
I'm going to stop you. We're calling the roll.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
We'll have the discussion. We will. Just, I want to get this over.
Yes, I got confused. It's me.
You were the first on the roll. I'm sorry. Commissioner Fine, are you in favor of adding a meeting?
Yeah, I am. Sorry, I'm so sorry.
No issue.
Commissioner Jigu?
Yes.
Vice Chair Chima?
Yes.
Commissioner Blake? Commissioner Lindheim?
Yes.
Commissioner Dangerfield?
Yes.
Commissioner Ghosh? Commissioner Hyde. Commissioner Malvito. Chair Mizell.
Yes.
Commissioner Opton.
Yes.
Commissioner Moon. Commissioner Harger.
Yes.
Commissioner Diaz. Commissioner Lutzker.
Yes.
And Commissioner Ho. Motion carries for the September 30th meeting.
Thank you. And sorry, Commissioner Fine, we cut you
No,
off.
I really apologize. I got confused. I just wanted to say that I think I wanted to ask if dispatch could be on the next meeting's agenda, and if we could continue in that fashion of unpacking these topics that are so integral. I mean, we've just had all these months listening to the police, but I think we have to look at what work we have to do and what information and who we want to hear from to be able to make analysis and good decisions.
Agreed. Dispatch is pretty much at the top of the list of folks. You know, it was already on the top of the list of folks who we need to hear from, and I fully agree. That's a conversation we'll have to make sure that happens, hopefully at the next meeting.
And can I just add, inviting RDA might be really wise because their contract provides that they have to analyze the Berkeley dispatch plans and protocols, and they have to also advise on the non-emergency line that will be put in. And the report that just got distributed by them goes over a bunch of things, of components that relate to dispatch. So it might be wise to have them as one of the speakers.
I agree as well. I mean, I can speak honestly that, you know, to me, there's a level of confusion between, you know, so there's SCU, there's what we're doing. I know there's already changes that were being proposed for dispatch that haven't gone into effect yet. So yes, hearing from them would help, and their analysis would probably help as well. They're definitely on the list. Okay, Commissioner Lindheim.
Yeah, I just also want to make sure that we do hear from the mobile crisis response team and both the staff and the leadership, because, you know, they apparently are unable to hire folks now going on longer than a year. And if we're talking about hiring large numbers of people to supplant the calls that are going to be taken no longer by police, that we just have to have some real world sense of what's going on and why it's so hard to fill some of these positions. And you know, it may be a great theoretical model, but you know, there's a real world aspect to all this. And it'll be really great to at least get some feedback on that.
Agreed. I think, Dan, you know my thoughts on that, and definitely want to hear from them as well. Commissioner Harger.
I unfortunately am going to have to leave in a few minutes as I do have an assignment due at midnight. But I want to thank you guys all for a really great meeting. I feel like we've been quite productive, and my request is that we try to get all of our upcoming meetings like publicized quickly, because I know there are a lot of community members who've expressed some frustration to me that they feel like they learn about the meetings last minute. So if it would be possible to get them all just like in one sheet or on one page or something, so we can easily send it out to interested community members, that would be amazing.
Can I make a comment to that, please?
Yes.
On our webpage, our regular meeting schedule is posted, which is the second Thursday of every month, and it's on our task force webpage. Any meetings outside of that is done in this body. And so then we post it accordingly. We add it to the community calendar about a week before the meeting occurs. So just want to put that information out there to all that's interested.
Is it not possible to get sorry, I kind of jumped in here. Is it possible to get the meetings that are not regular meetings published earlier than a week before?
We can only try. It involves staff support that
Gotcha.
I don't know if we have. So we try
Okay.
our best to get it noticed as soon as we can.
Okay, cool. If we could get the list at least sent internally just to the other commissioners, that would be incredibly helpful for my personal organization.
Right. So it's every second Thursday
Right,
of
including
every
like
month, and then including what we just decided, what you voted on tonight,
right,
which is to add the September 30th meeting. Outside of that, there's no other meetings, additional meetings scheduled as of now.
Okay.
And if it is, then it would be within this body and you would vote on it.
Commissioner Lutzker.
Yeah, I'm just wondering if Chair Mizell and Vice Chair Chima, you might be able to circulate within the commission the list of kind of speakers that you're considering or topics that you're considering. I think that would be really helpful because, you know I've sent to you a suggestion for a speaker. I would definitely like to hear. There's some movement in the Berkdot front with some community engagement, and I'd like to hear a little bit more about that and have others hear a little bit more about that in conjunction with the speaker that I identified with Commissioner Ghosh, but also just like it would help, I think, people are throwing out suggestions here and there, dispatch, mobile crisis, like Oakland folks. I think just having a really comprehensive list of at least what you're hoping for. It doesn't need to be a definitive schedule. And then that way folks can kind of notice whether there are any gaps and we can make suggestions to fill those.
Yeah, we meet on Wednesdays. So this coming Wednesday, we'll try to get as much nailed down as possible.
Thank you.
And please send your recommendations in because we might have missed something. So
yeah, and we can send like a big list out to the task force.
Yeah.
The only concern was like, I can't send like a scheduled list, so.
Yeah, I'm less worried about the schedule at this. I mean, but just like making sure there aren't any gaps that are, in terms of what we're hoping for at this point.
And my question to the task force is when we invite dispatch, who do you want to hear from? Do you want to hear from people who are actually taking the calls, or do you want to hear from the, I think his name is Peter, who's actually, the director of dispatch, or do you want to mix it up? Because they're very different. Saying we want to hear from the director of mobile crisis, we'll get something different than if we say we really want somebody who is in the car doing the crisis work and what challenges they're facing. Or do you want to hear from the top level and the frontline level? Because what I'm hearing is that we've gotten enough presentations from BPD, but we haven't really heard from, people who are actually in the streets doing police work on what are they facing and what's going on with them, burnout, all of those things, because there will be a BPD in Berkeley for at least as long as many of us are around. They're not going too far. So what quality of presentations do we want? Who do we want to hear from?
Vice Chair Chima?
Yeah.
Maybe does it make sense if we have a half an hour slot on the agenda, then we hear for 10 minutes from a supervisor.
Okay.
We hear from 10 minutes from a person who's actuating this stuff. And we have 10 minutes, available in general for Q&A. Because it feels like both perspectives are crucial.
Okay. So
I think outside of probably the Q&A time limit, that could work. I doubt with the size of this task force, 10 minutes will ever be enough for Q&A, quite honestly. But
I totally agree. I was just saying, if we have X amount of time, just divide it into, I don't know, something approximate that will work. But it feels crucial, my main point, it feels crucial to hear both from a supervisor and from somebody who's on the ground doing the work. So I'd say both if we can manage it.
Okay. Got that. Commissioner Fine? Yeah.
Yeah, I just want to say, I think it's great. We have to hear from the dispatch in Berkeley. We have to know what it is and what we're getting right now. But like, if you get Kevin Wu from RDA, I mean, I want to hear analysis about all those models and dispatch that we spend a lot of money on there's no real comparative analysis about what's out there and what are those options and what might be good for Berkeley and what might not. But to hear some level of nuance from a perspective outside of the city that's studying all this stuff and should be providing us with that level of information. I really, really want us to have stuff to work with and thinking about what might work here.
Got it.
Commissioner Opton. You're muted.
Yeah, I want to comment on the most recent ideas about bringing in people who are in subordinate positions in organizations to give their views. I think in theory, that's a great idea. In practice, though, it's a fact that the heads of organizations can sometimes tell you what's really on their mind. But people who are in subordinate positions cannot contradict the chief, the boss. They can't, and on many things where they're not sure what the head of the organization would say, they can't basically say anything because they no matter what they say, it might not be what the boss would say. So we can't really look forward to hearing much from people who are in middle management or non-management positions in the organization. And as to RDA consultants, I'm not looking forward with much hope to hearing from them either. Their latest report was not written by them. It was written by a group of students. If you look at the report carefully, it says there on the first or second page, it gives the names of the authors. And they're not RDA employees. They are Cal students or were. And I really looked at that because some of the things in the report, the way things were phrased and the way the grammar was mixed up and the wrong words were used made me strongly suspect that this was not what I've seen from RDA in the past. And it turns out it's because it's not from RDA, except in theory. In general, I've not seen anything from RDA in any of their iterations that has been encouraging or useful in terms of what we might learn from them.
Now, why don't we do one of those benefit of the doubt and see how this goes on the 30th, hearing from different tiers of people, because it's interesting in Berkeley that sometimes when you have both tiers, at least in mental health, every now and then you will get a staff person who will just tell you what's going on. And especially the person who coordinates mobile crisis right now, I would want to hear from him as well as someone who actually goes out, because their challenges are different and their experiences are different because the work that they do is different. So maybe try it on the 30th and then we can always readjust.
Well, I will try to be patient and hear everyone out.
Thank you.
Even if our meetings go to midnight.
Hopefully not. Commissioner Fine.
Yeah, I want to say, we have had some people before the Mental Health Commission who are on the front line, and they have been very, very good telling us what they do when they go out. And I would say, RDA is accountable. You invite Kevin Wu, who's the director, the one who's in charge, whose name is on that report, to come and to talk about the 35 models that they have. I mean, just because those were the people that he oversaw in writing it doesn't mean they don't have good information. And being on the SCU steering committee, there's a lot of good information in that report. I mean, I've researched those models myself, and I think there is accuracy and completeness. I just think that they did pretty low level of analysis. So ask them to come here and to show us the analysis.
Agreed. Anyone else? And I know we had. Looks like we. Is there any additional information you feel like you need to see? Outside, let me disclaimer that actually outside of what we've already discussed tonight, which is completely valid, and I fully agree with task force members that we don't really have the level of detail needed to craft a plan to implement anything. Obviously, this will eventually all hit the city manager's desk in whatever form, and it's going to have to be implemented somehow. And I'm in the camp where I rather have not infinite detail, because there's going to be changes obviously, but enough detail to say like, yeah, we think this is about the staff members, and if you can help with the budget side, tell us this, then I think this part of the plan can work like this. We're not there yet, but we will get there. Maybe it will have to be us. Hopefully we can get more information from our consultants as well. But anyway, that's my long preface for if you need any other information, I'd love to know it and see if we can try to get it.
Move to adjourn?
Okay.
Chair Mizell, do you want to take public comment at all? We
Yes,
haven't
if
taken it for the last few items.
Yeah, I hadn't seen any hands with the last few items. We can take public comment. I don't see any hands though.
Yeah, I didn't, but we hadn't opened it up, so I just wanted to remind you.
Yes, that's true. What does the text say on the agenda? Anyways, public comments. Looks like we have Carol.
Just as an observer, I agree with all of Buna's comments, and I was glad that she began the conversation about the deficiency in the consultants, what they're producing to you. And so much has been decided by the consultants directing it, that, it's good to finally see that your commissioners are identifying what should be on your agenda, and that you're going to be coordinating the meeting instead of it being run by them. And I found what they had to say tonight completely unsatisfactory. You need 24/7 crisis, however you go about this. And you're going to need to address what happens so that you don't fall into the same place that Oakland has fallen, which it was completely substandard in terms of just directing people, nonprofit to address quality of life issues. And the police will still be going out on the mental health crisis issues. And to the extent that the CAT team won't be addressing it, they'll still be the responders. And you have to look to those situations, because there's going to be many situations that have a criminal element and can be used by a clinician being there, or a clinician and a peer teaming up with the police. And it just seems as if the consultants haven't satisfactorily addressed all the nuances, that they're thinking, they're presenting things far too simplistically.
Mm-hmm.
And the alternative, the community alternatives is critical. It really should be part of the reimagining, because it's when people go into crisis and they have to have a place to go, that is part of diverting them from going into a correctional system or into a bad system like John George, so that there needs to be something where the community is addressed. The other thing is that Andrea had made a presentation, or said at the end of her presentation, about Berkeley mental health basically being let off the hook. And they really need to be considered as a component in terms of the continuity of mental health care to prevent this revolving door. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have Glenn Turner. I'm sorry.
Hi, yes, thank you. I'd like to agree with that about been sort of confused on where the Berkeley mental health, you know, the labyrinthine system of what is here. Two things I'd like to especially mention is that I saw a study that Bonita House did for Alameda County, and it included things for various cities in the county, but Berkeley was absent. So my big question is like, where's Berkeley mental health? Where is the facility in Berkeley that could actually be a part of all of Alameda County? Why is it siloed separate from everything? That's my first question, which is not really, it's more rhetorical. The other thing I'd like to suggest is that certainly at some point, a town hall would be wonderful. There's so many models. I would like to see us looking at things like Cahoots and their model in Eugene. I'd like to see us looking at, there's tons of information out there. There's lots of knowledgeable people. If we just had set up a summit of all the people who know things, we could get a lot of information. It might not be, it wouldn't give you guys the answer you need. And I'm really happy to see you stepping up to picking ideas up of like actual actions that could be used. And I, for one, am very interested in becoming involved with this. I had a schizophrenic daughter who died a couple of years ago. She might have lasted longer if she'd ever been able to get the right help. But, you know, I think Berkeley's behind you, and I think we can get people to go for it. Thank you.
Money Law should be able to speak.
Oh, thank you. I just wanted to compliment everyone with all the tough questions and design, building, construction that you're doing. We just need the vehicle now to drive down the road that you're creating a new path. I also want to give condolence to the mother who just spoke. As a mother, my heart goes out to you, and I'm sad to see that we don't have these services that we should have in our city. I am personally dedicated, as are many of us, to being responsive on the street level when we see things, and we want to be trained to know how to respond. So there's a community health class that's happening actually Thursday nights, and I've been too busy to attend, but Commissioner Blake is in that, as well as a few other community members, to learn how to use Narcan when people are overdosing on fentanyl, to know how to interact with someone who's in mental health crisis, to safely approach someone, which I did the other day because he was being tackled by two downtown ambassadors on the street. And it was horrible. And I just yelled at them to let him go. And the guy definitely was cognitively impaired and other issues, but he wasn't a harm to anyone at that point in time. So we need something to be in place soon. And I wanted to encourage you, and I don't know enough about them, but I was really impressed by a vehicle that I saw drive by downtown Berkeley the other day, and it's a long life medical van that says street medicine on it. And I don't know if they're brand new, it looks brand new. And if they're expanding services, I know Una, a couple of the commissioners there have looked into all of the different resources in the city. So I really commend your work. We need it now. And in the meanwhile, before it's in place, the SCU needs to be in place soon. Until such time as it is, the community is trying to respond on our own because we are ourselves who help each other. And that's how we survive in Berkeley. We're a community, we love each other, and we try to take care of each other. Final thing was, I forgot what it was, is one other thing. Oh, CERT. CERN, when they're talking about CERN, that could be confusing for those who've been involved in CERT, which is the community emergency response team that a lot of us have been trained by the fire department to do emergency response in the city, from earthquakes to fires to people and buildings and how to get them out. And CERT is a whole program, so CERN is a little bit confusing. And hopefully they can get that clarified. But you're on the right path, I think. I do hope that you get more community engagement. Thank you.
Thank you, Moni. Okay. No other hands, no other comments. I'll go ahead and motion to adjourn.
Can we get a
I'll need
second?
I'll need a second.
I second, okay.
Yeah, Commissioner Hyde.
Hyde on the record. Thank you. Commissioner Fine,
Yes.
Commissioner Jigu,
Yes.
Vice Chair Chima,
Yes.
Commissioner Blake, Commissioner Lindheim,
Yes.
Commissioner Dangerfield,
Yes.
Commissioner Ghosh, Commissioner Hyde,
Yes.
Commissioner Malvito, Chair Mizell,
Yes.
Commissioner Opton,
Yes.
Commissioner Moon, Commissioner Harger, Commissioner Diaz, Commissioner Lutzker,
Yes.
Commissioner Ho. Thank you.
Okay. Well, thank you, everybody. Have a good night.